Chapter 1446. 1446 Demon Beast Dynasty's Grand Ceremony. A blood-red flag that was more than 10 meters long was floating in the sky. At the very front, the Blood Emperor and 3 emperors were riding on dragon horses, flying in this direction with a dignified look on their faces. Behind them, there were 600 to 700 insightful Void Realm experts following them. And behind these 600 to 700 insightful Void Realm experts, there were battle teams wearing different armors. Uniform blood-red armor, uniform black armor. Some rode on uniform fierce beasts, emitting a powerful murderous aura. This was the Bloodflow Empire's famous battle division, and also the Bloodflow Empire's 7,000 to 8,000 years of foundation. Each battle division possessed terrifying strength. Under the leadership of an insightful void martial artist, they could easily break through one city after another. In terms of overall strength, the Bloodflow Empire is still slightly stronger than the Flowing Emperor Alliance. That's only natural. After all, they are the overlords of the human race in the Flowing Sea region, the only emperor in the past. When some people saw the Bloodflow Empire's formation, their faces revealed expressions of astonishment. It's the Bloodflow Empire. The members of the Flowing Emperor Alliance also saw the Bloodflow Empire on the right. Sect leader Ling slightly narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze over. A faction formed by a bunch of dead fish and rotten prawns will be destroyed soon. Humph. The people from the Flowing Blood Empire also saw Wang Xian, Feng Yuan, and the rest. An emperor's eyes flashed with killing intent as he shouted coldly. However, all of you have to admit that we, as a faction, can fight against you. We will make it so that you won't be able to sleep well. When Chief Yi heard the words of the emperor, his face turned cold as he replied directly. Before long, I will kill all of you. I will make your alliance turn into a river of blood and a mountain of corpses. The Blood Emperor's eyes were filled with a crazed killing intent. He stared at Wang Xian and spoke in a cold tone. You have a glib tongue. We shall see step by step. When Feng Yuan heard that the Blood Emperor wanted to destroy their factions and all their citizens, her face turned cold as she spoke. After she finished speaking, she did not pay any more attention and flew towards the island of the Light Dragon Dynasty in the demi-human graveyard. This step will be very fast. The Blood Emperor smiled malevolently and flew towards the direction of the Bloodflow Empire. Hiss, they are competing against each other. The two factions have already reached the point where they cannot tolerate each other. One day, they will erupt. A war is inevitable, but from what I see, it will take at least a few decades or even a few hundred years. Do you think we should join one of the factions now? In the future, the Flowing Sea region will definitely be controlled by these two factions. The other factions will only be able to survive in the cracks. Some of the dynasty sects that had rushed over saw this scene and discussed in low voices. Currently, the humans in the Flowing Sea region and nearly 20 dynasties and sects were neutral. They didn't join the Flowing Emperor Alliance, nor did they belong to the Bloodflow Empire. Some looked at the situation of the two factions, while others wanted to maintain the center and not participate in their battle. Some were just waiting for the situation to change. After tomorrow, in the entire Flowing Sea region, the humans will only have the Bloodflow Empire. When the Blood Emperor heard some discussions, he swept his gaze down and revealed a smile. Perhaps this time, it wasn't a bad thing for the Bloodflow Empire. Your Majesty, at the Heaven's Pride stage in the demi-human graveyard, the monster race has already set up the venue. One afternoon, the monster race empire will be established and the ceremony will be held. At that time, the monster race will say that their king of the monster race will board the throne and become the first king of the monster race in the Flowing Sea region. At the same time, they will sign a peace treaty with the human race. The demon beasts have found the world's third trading company, the Life and Death Pill Workshop, and the Holy Item Forging Workshop to testify. When Wang Xian, Feng Yuan, and the rest arrived at the island of the Guanglong Empire, an elder walked over and reported the information here. Are all the factions in the Luhai region here? The king of the Guanglong Empire asked. All of them are here. No faction will miss such a grand event. The old man reported. Yes. The king of the kingdom of Light Dragon nodded. He looked at Wang Xian and the rest and said, "Let's rest for a day first. We will head over the day after tomorrow." "All right." Everyone nodded and settled down on the island of the kingdom of Light Dragon. As time passed, the human-demon graveyard became more and more lively. In the past 2 days, the number of people in the human-demon graveyard had more than doubled. With the establishment of the demon-beast empire and the gathering of all the factions, the originally bustling place became even more bustling. In every restaurant and tea house, there were discussions about the establishment of the demon-beast empire, the blood flow empire, and the flowing emperor alliance. This made many people certain that after this, the situation of the three factions could be completely formed. Many people analyzed the strength of the three factions, their future possibilities, and so on. We, the demon-beast empire, have established and invited the human race to participate in the Grand Hall. We, the demon-beast empire, have established and invited the human race to participate in the Grand Hall. A day later, when the sky lit up, voices suddenly resounded throughout the entire sky. The voices were like thunder, deafening, and came from far, far away. Is it about to begin? The Demon Beast Clan's Level 6 Insightful Void Realm expert personally sent a voice invitation. Go, let's hurry over. This is a historic moment. The Demon Beasts established their dynasty and signed a peace treaty with the humans. Let's hurry over. In the human-demon graveyard, the gazes of the humans turned towards the human-demon graveyard, and they immediately rushed over. The mercenary groups, the forces of the dynasties and sections. Boom. Not long after the sound ended, on the island of the Bloodshed Empire, a group of experts flew towards the Heaven's Pride stage with a terrifying aura. There are so many people. Everyone from the Luhuang Alliance naturally rushed towards the Heaven's Pride stage. Wang Xian looked around and realized that there were at least tens of millions of humans in the sky. What kind of concept was this? All that could be seen at a glance were human heads. Those with poor eyesight could not see the end. Each and every powerful force was exceptionally eye-catching in the crowd. The Luhuang Alliance flew forward quickly. Everyone in the surroundings hurriedly made way for them. When they arrived at the front of the Heaven's Pride stage, they saw a huge empty space beside the Heaven's Pride stage. There was a strange arena placed there. Hundreds of statues of demon beasts were standing in the center. Each of the demon beast statues was 100 meters in size. They were lifelike. The statues formed a circle. In the center of the statue, there was a huge high stage. On the high stage, there was a dragon chair that was 10 meters in size. The dragon chair looked extremely domineering. A huge flag was placed next to the dragon chair. The blood-red demon beast flag was dozens of meters in size. It was floating in the air around 500 meters away. The entire area was covered with blood-red plants. On the right side, there were already hundreds of thousands of demon beasts and all kinds of demon beast races. They sat on the stone chairs, and there were more than 100 demon beast races. At the front was their king. The founding ceremony of the Demon Beast Empire. The day the Emperor of Demon Beasts was established. Chapter 1447. 1447. You are not qualified to sign it. Welcome, human experts. Please take your seats. The ceremony arranged by the Demon Beast clan was in a circular shape and was divided into 2 seats. In the front area, there were demon beasts entrenched there. On the opposite side of the demon beasts, there were seats prepared for the humans. There were over 1 million seats. Compared to the humans who had arrived, it was slightly less. However, to the demonic beasts, this seat was enough. Preparing more than 1 million seats was already considered a lot. Not every human had the right to prepare their own seats. The ferocious-looking blood-savage demonic beast swept its gaze across the tens of millions of humans. Its blood-red eyes flickered with a luster as it spoke in a deep voice. Blood Flow Empire, come and congratulate the demonic beast clan on establishing an empire. At this moment, a group of experts from the Blood Flow Empire flew over from behind. The Blood Emperor, who was in the lead, looked at a few top-tier demon beast clans, cupped his hands, and said with a smile on his face, "Everyone from the Blood Flow Empire, please take a seat." A sixth-level void interpretation demon scale demon beast said in a deep voice. The Blood Emperor laughed valiantly and led his subordinates to sit in the center. The Flowing Emperor Alliance wishes to establish a friendly relationship with the Demon Beast Empire. Feng Luan led a group of experts from the Flowing Emperor Alliance and flew over as she spoke to the Demon Beast race. "Please take a seat." The leader of the bloodthirsty sea monster swept a glance at King Immortal Feng Luan and the others and let out a sharp voice. Feng Luan nodded, and the group of people sat on the seats in front of them. The distance between them and the Flowing Blood Empire was about 500 meters. The Ice Heart Empire congratulates the establishment of the Demon Beast Empire. A king of a dynasty said respectfully to the Demon Beast race, "All humans, sit down according to your strength." However, what made the king feel awkward was that no demon beast answered them alone. A blood-savage demon beast glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice. This made the king feel slightly awkward, and he directly sat down on his seat. The other factions also sat down on their seats. As for the remaining seats, there were some powerful mercenary groups and some well-known experts who sat on their seats. As for those who weren't qualified to sit on their seats, they all quietly floated in the sky and watched. No one had any objections. In an instant, the millions of seats were filled with people. On the opposite side, hundreds of thousands of demon beasts were facing each other from afar. It could be said that all the strongest experts in the entire Flowing Sea region had gathered here. The Life and Death Pill Workshop has arrived. The Holy Item Forging Workshop has arrived. The world's third trading company has arrived. At this moment, 3 teams carrying flags flew over to this side. "Everyone, please take your seats." The arrival of the 3 powerful factions caused the demonic beasts to look over. A 6th-level Profound Void Tier Blood Savage demonic beast politely invited them. It was obvious that their attitudes towards these 3 factions were different, and the seats of these 3 factions were also beside the demonic beast clan. Haha, congratulations, congratulations. The demonic beast clan being able to unify is also the blessing of the entire Flowing Sea region. The elder from the Life and Death Pill Workshop laughed loudly, his voice spreading throughout the entire sky. "After thousands of years of war, we also want to stop our dispute with the humans. Today, we invite 3 factions to testify." The expert from the Blood Savage Demon Beast grinned and said in a deep voice, "With us being fair, everyone can rest assured." An elder at the very front of the world's third trading company expressionlessly said in a deep voice, "Yes, yes." Upon hearing the old man's voice, the level 6 demonic beast nodded slightly respectfully. Huh. The actions of the demonic beast caused Wang Xian, Feng Luan, and the others to frown slightly. The attitude of this demonic beast expert toward the old man was a little too good. The bright sun is in the sky. The founding ceremony of the demonic beast empire begins. At this moment, a round void interpretation demonic beast roared, its voice resounding through the heavens and earth. All leaders of the demonic beast race board the natal sculpture. Following that, the demonic beast roared once more. Roar, roar, roar. The leaders of the demonic beast race flew towards the huge sculpture in the center. The 100-meter-tall demonic beast sculpture represented the various demonic beast races. Now, every leader of the human demon beast race stood on the demon beast sculpture that belonged to them. The leaders of the Demon Lin Demon Beast, the Blood Barbarian Demon Beast, the Bloodthirsty Sea Demon Beast, the Ghost Monkey Demon Beast, the Sickle-Tailed Snake Demon Beast, and so on flew over one by one. The leaders of the 6th and 5th level of the Profound Void Martial Stage emitted terrifying auras. Of course, there were also some weak demon beast races that hadn't reached the insightful Void Realm yet. The leaders of these weak races respectfully lay in front of the 100-meter-tall statue. Around them, tens of millions of people looked at the leaders of the demon beast races in shock. These were all their enemies in the past. We, the Demon Lin race. We, the Blood Barbaric Demon Beast race. We, the bloodthirsty sea demon beast clan. When all the demon beast leaders landed on the statue, the demon beast leaders raised their heads and roared. I am 112 demon beast clans. Once again, I announce the establishment of the demon beast empire. The strong are respected, and the weak are ministers. After they finished, the demon beast leaders roared loudly. Their voices spread throughout the entire human-demon graveyard. Even the few humans who had not arrived looked over in shock. The humans who had come to watch were also incomparably shocked. Hee, are the demon beast races in the Flowing Sea region much stronger than the humans? The elder sitting in the middle of the third trading company in the world said with a smile. Elderin, if the Bloodflow Empire could join forces with the Flowing Emperor Alliance, the gap wouldn't be too big. A middle-aged man beside him said with a smile. Oh, what a pity. As the old man said this, he looked at the Flowing Emperor Alliance and shook his head with a smile. Hee, who asked someone among them to seek death. They offended the two behemoths, life and death and sacred objects. The middle-aged man said with a smile. Boom. I am the leader of the blood-savage beast, announcing the establishment of the barbarian empire. I am the #1 emperor of the barbarian empire. At this moment, the leader of the group of beasts on the statue, the blood-savage beast, moved and flew to the center of the dragon throne. He stood on it, looking down at everyone around him, and roared loudly. His 10-meter-tall body, terrifying arms, and ferocious face were filled with blood and cruelty. He stood in front of the dragon throne and looked down at everyone. He stared at the two demon beast races in front of him and said, Demon Lin Clan, Bloodthirsty Sea Demon Clan, do you have any objections? Demon Lin Clan has no objections. Bloodthirsty Sea Demon Clan has no objections. The two demon beast leaders bowed their heads and said, Haha, good. The barbarian dynasty has been established. I hereby announce that the Demon Beast Imperial City will be established with the Blood Barbaric Demon Beast Cave as the center. In addition, I hereby announce that a peace treaty will be signed with the Human Bloodflow Dynasty. From today onwards, the Barbarian Dynasty and the Bloodflow Dynasty will live in peace. There will be no fighting or aggression. Does anyone have any objections? Chapter 1448. 1448, you are not qualified to sign it. The Barbarian Dynasty was established. The first Barbarian Emperor was the leader of the Blood Barbarian Demon Beasts. This was not surprising to many people. The humans had received news a few days ago that the Blood Barbarian Demon Beasts had won the battle between the three top forces not long ago. Although many humans were worried about the Blood Barbarian Demon Beasts becoming royalty, there was nothing they could do. This was not something they could stop. However, when the King of the Wildlands announced the establishment of the Imperial City and the signing of the contract with the Bloodflow Empire, everyone was stunned. What's going on? Why did they sign the contract with the Bloodflow Empire? Isn't this the agreement with the humans? Why is it the Bloodflow Empire? Did the demon beasts say something wrong? The barbaric emperor's words caused all the humans to reveal stunned expressions as they discussed with their eyes wide open. Oh! Fengwan, sect leader Ling, and everyone from the Flowing Emperor Alliance were also slightly stunned. A bad premonition surged into everyone's hearts. Fengwan frowned and immediately stood up. Barbaric Emperor, didn't your demon beast clan sign the peace agreement with the humans of the Flowing Sea region? As she spoke, her gaze flickered as she stared at the emperor of the Blood Barbaric Demon Beast. On the side, the people of the Bloodflow Empire looked over with smiles on their faces, revealing mocking expressions. That's right, Emperor of the Blood Barbaric, didn't you sign a peace agreement with the humans of the Flowing Sea region? Those neutral dynasties and sects were slightly shocked when they heard the words of the Emperor of the Wildlands, and their expressions were somewhat awkward as they asked. Signing a peace agreement with the humans in the Flowing Sea region and signing a peace agreement with the Bloodflow Empire were two completely different concepts. This was especially true when the Wildlands Empire was established and the Blood Barbarian Demon Beasts were part of the royal family. Everyone knew very well about the Blood Barbarian Demon Beasts. They were an extremely cruel and bloodthirsty demon beast race. They had always been the natural enemies of the humans. If they only signed an agreement with the Bloodflow Empire, it meant that they could kill humans other than the Bloodflow Empire. In this situation where three parties were standing at the same time, the demon beast race was the strongest. If they attacked them, they had no room to resist. We want to sign a peace agreement with the humans. The Bloodflow Empire can represent your human race. The Emperor of the Wildlands stared at Feng Luan with his pair of blood-red eyes. He opened his ferocious mouth and said coldly, "Haha, the Emperor of the Wildlands is right. Only the dynasty can speak with the dynasty as equals. Our Bloodflow Empire can represent all the humans in the Bloodflow region." The Blood Emperor stood up and said with a loud laugh, "Your Bloodflow Empire cannot represent the entire Flowing Sea region." Sect leader Ling stared at the Blood Emperor with an icy cold expression as he cried out in a deep voice, "Our demon beast Desolate Empire will only sign a peace agreement with the Bloodflow Empire. All of you are not qualified." The Desolate Emperor stood beside the dragon chair and looked down at the members of the Flowing Emperor Alliance. He announced in an incomparably cold and indifferent manner. The words of the Desolate Emperor caused the expressions of everyone from the Flowing Emperor Alliance to change drastically. Their expressions instantly became ugly. The expressions of those neutral factions also changed slightly. They all stared at the Flowing Emperor Alliance's position. "Emperor of the Wildlands, what you mean is that in the future, you will become enemies with our Flowing Emperor Alliance. You will even become like the humans and demonic beast race in the past." Feng Luan frowned and questioned with an ugly expression. "I will answer your question on behalf of the Emperor of the Wildlands. It might not take long. Haha." At this moment, the Blood Emperor stood up directly. His body moved, and he floated in the sky as he laughed loudly. As he spoke, his palm moved, and a crown that was emitting a brilliant light appeared in front of him. On the crown, there was a miniature picture of a blood-savage beast. The entire crown was incomparably luxurious. It was obviously not inferior to a 4th or 5th level profound void tier weapon. "King of the Wildlands, this is a gift from our Bloodflow Empire to you. We, the Bloodflow Empire, congratulate you on the establishment of your empire. We also congratulate you, the Blood Barbarians, on becoming a member of the Imperial clan. We wish for the friendship between Bloodflow and the Wildlands." As he spoke, he waved his arm and the resplendent crown flew towards the location of the King of the Wildlands. "Roar, roar, thank you, Blood Emperor. Today, our Wildlands Empire announces that we will sign a peace agreement with the Bloodflow Empire. In the future, all the demon beasts of the Wildlands Empire and all the humans of the Bloodflow Empire will definitely not have any conflict or fight. As for the humans outside of the Bloodflow Empire, we cannot guarantee that." The Blood Barbarian Emperor took the resplendent crown and also roared with joy. "Haha, good." The Blood Emperor laughed loudly and his eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked towards the direction of the Drifting Emperor Alliance. What is the meaning of this? Is the Barbarian Empire going to form an alliance with the Bloodflow Empire? This is obvious. In the future, the Barbarian Empire will continue to fight with the humans other than the forces of the Bloodflow Empire. With the strength of the Barbarian Empire, how are we going to resist? Is they trying to kill us? As soon as the Desolate Dynasty and the Blood Emperor finished speaking, the expressions of the tens of millions of humans around them changed drastically. Many people revealed terrified expressions as they cried out involuntarily. The Desolate Dynasty's words were extremely obvious. Next, other than the Bloodflow Dynasty, the rest of the humans were still their enemies and targets for them to devour. Moreover, the Bloodflow Empire and the Desolate Empire had clearly reached an agreement. In the future, this would be a disaster for the forces outside of the Bloodflow Empire. The expressions of all the experts of the Bloodflow Alliance changed drastically. They looked at the people of the Bloodflow Empire who were filled with killing intent, and their faces were filled with vigilance. "Haha, everyone, don't be anxious. Today, our Bloodflow Empire will open its doors and welcome anyone and any force to join us." The Blood Emperor looked at the terrified expressions of the tens of millions of people around him. The corners of his mouth curled up and a glint flashed across his eyes. He floated in the sky and spoke to all the factions. His words caused the neutral factions to be stunned, and their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, they were 100% sure that the Bloodflow Empire and the Desolate Dynasty had already reached an agreement. They were forcing them to join the Bloodflow Empire. This caused the expressions of the experts from the neutral forces to change as they discussed in low voices. Everyone, we don't have much time. After the establishment of the Desolate Empire, there will be a bloody ceremony. We only have 3 minutes. As the Blood Emperor spoke, he looked at the Emperor of the Desolate Empire. Roar, roar, that's right. We only have 3 minutes. Next, we will hold the founding ceremony of the Demon Beast Dynasty. It will be a carnival. The barbarian emperor roared with his mouth wide open. His long tongue stuck out and licked his lips. It was hideous and terrifying. A bloody ceremony? Carnival? At this moment, everyone was shocked. Chapter 1449. 1449, the strongest 1449, was the emperor. What does the Blood Emperor and the King of the Wildlands mean? A bloody ceremony? A carnival? Why do I have a bad premonition? What's going on? How did this happen? The expressions of the tens of millions of people around them changed drastically when they heard these threatening words. All the factions finally couldn't take it anymore. A bloody ceremony? A carnival? What could it be? A bad premonition lingered in everyone's heart. Some people even turned pale. Boom! At this moment, the expressions of everyone from the Flowing Emperor Alliance changed drastically. Fengwan, Sect Leader Ling, and the rest stood up directly. The Emperor of the Wildlands, Blood Emperor, what do you mean by this? Sect Leader Ling shouted at the two with an icy expression. His eyes were filled with fury and shock. There are still 2 minutes left. Hee, if you want to join our Flowing Blood Empire, immediately come to the back of our empire's experts. The Blood Emperor ignored Sect Leader Ling and slightly narrowed his eyes. His gaze swept over the tens of millions of people as he said coldly, "This? Gulp. Our Icy Heart Dynasty is willing to join the Bloodflow Dynasty. Our Skywind Mercenary Group is also willing to join the Bloodflow Dynasty. We are also willing to join. We are also willing to join." At this moment, the expressions of all the experts from the neutral forces changed. They all hurriedly flew behind the experts from the Bloodflow Dynasty. They shouted loudly. Even some of the powerful mercenary groups also shouted loudly that they wanted to join the Bloodflow Empire. Tens of millions of people instantly moved, all wanting to move behind the experts from the Bloodflow Empire. They could be said to have completely understood that there might be a bloody battle coming up, and the enemies might be the humans other than the Bloodflow Empire, especially the people from the Flowing Emperor Alliance. There's still 1 minute left. Now, if there are still people who want to join our Bloodflow Empire, there's still a chance. Otherwise, hee. The Blood Emperor watched as almost all the humans came to the back of their empire, and he stared at everyone from the Flowing Emperor Alliance with a smile on his face. Other than the 4 forces of the Dragon Phoenix Empire, the Flowing Emperor Alliance also had more than a dozen dynasty sections. It was obvious that his last sentence was directed at those dynasties and sections. Gulp, Dragon Phoenix Queen, Sect Leader Ling, we. Behind them, the kings and sect leaders of the dynasties had cold sweat on their foreheads. They looked at the tens of millions of people who had arrived behind the Flowing Emperor Alliance and gulped, their hearts trembling. The scene in front of them was that the Bloodflow Empire wanted to join forces with the Barbaric Empire to destroy their Flowing Emperor Alliance. They could still resist 1, but against 2, they had no way to resist at all. I have to think of the people of our empire. Our Wind Soul Empire wants to withdraw from the alliance. I'm sorry, Sect Leader Ling. We're not their opponent at all. Suddenly, in the center of the Flowing Emperor Alliance, the king of the Wind Soul Dynasty flew into the sky with a face full of fear. He spoke to Sect Leader Ling, Fengwan, and the others, leading 5 or 6 insightful Emptiness Realm experts. Respected Blood Emperor, we are willing to join the Blood Flow dynasty. We hope that you will agree. The king of the Wind Soul dynasty begged the Blood Emperor with a face full of respect. Haha, yes, yes. We can turn back now. I will pardon you all for your sins. All of you who join our Blood Flow Empire in 1 minute will be absolved of your sins. The Blood Emperor laughed and said, Hiss, the dirty royal alliance is completely finished. Someone actually left the alliance. Just when everyone thought it would be a three-pronged situation, this kind of situation actually happened. When everyone saw the Wind Soul Empire leaving the alliance and joining the Blood Flow Empire, everyone's expression changed slightly as they discussed in low voices. However, at this moment, the ones with the most embarrassed expressions were Feng Wan, Sect Leaderling, and the others. King of the Light Dragon Empire, please forgive me for not being able to follow you. Within the Flowing Emperor Alliance, another dynasty king stood out and flew towards the Blood Flow Empire. This caused the hearts of everyone in the Flowing Emperor Alliance to turn cold once again. At this moment, they couldn't stop it. If they did, then their alliance would become even more fragile. Sect Leader E, please forgive us for not being able to follow you. I have to think about the disciples of the entire Golden Mountain sect. One after another, 3 factions left the Drifting Emperor Alliance. The other factions were also hesitant. Some left, while others gritted their teeth and stood there resolutely. They're too stupid. Why aren't they leaving? That's right. Leaving is the wisest choice. No one will mock them. In the future, the Flowing Ocean region will be under the rule of the Desolate Dynasty and the Bloodflow Dynasty. There are still a few foolish factions that won't leave the Flowing Emperor Alliance. In a dozen seconds, half of the factions left, leaving only 6. From then on, there were only around 1,200 to 300 people in the Flowing Emperor Alliance. Compared to the tens of millions of people in the Blood Flow Empire and the hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts, they were completely isolated. Some people looked at some of the factions that were still standing in the Liuhuang Alliance with slight disdain. This was a group of people who didn't know how to appreciate favors. Even some of the factions that had left the Liuhuang Alliance shook their heads. A wise man submits to circumstances. All of you are simply courting death. Feng Wan, Sect Leaderling, Sect Leader Wang Yi of the Guanglong Kingdom, and the rest stood there with gloomy expressions. They looked at Wang Xian, who was calm and composed, and pursed their lips. It was a dead end now. If they didn't see Wang Xian's carefree expression, they might have already collapsed. When the Blood Emperor and the Blood Flow Empire saw this scene, their faces were filled with smiles. Roar! Roar! A minute had passed, and a roar came from the mouth of the Emperor of the Wildlands. Everyone hurriedly looked over, and the Blood Emperor's face was filled with smiles. Next, some people were going to die. Our Demon Beast Empire, the Wildlands Empire, has been established. Next, we will hold a grand ceremony of the Empire. I, the Emperor of the Wildlands, issue an order. The Emperor of the Wildlands stood in front of the dragon throne. His arms were spread open, and his face was filled with excitement, filled with a domineering aura. He swept his gaze across all the demon beast races. Obey my Emperor's orders. On the surrounding sculptures, the leaders of the demon beast races immediately prostrated themselves on the sculptures and responded loudly. Obey my Emperor's orders. Below, all the demon beast races knelt on the ground and roared loudly. Wait, get ready to attack. In front of the Bloody Flow Empire, 3 emperors stood up slowly with smiles on their faces. Their weapons appeared in their hands. They were here. The surrounding tens of millions of people held their breaths. They knew that the battle was about to begin. The Flowing Emperor Alliance was about to be massacred. At the Flowing Emperor Alliance's position, everyone's faces were filled with cold sweat as they held their weapons nervously. Next, let's watch a good show. At this moment, Wang Xian revealed a smile on his face. His faint voice entered everyone's ears. In the Demon Beast Empire, the strongest is the Emperor. Leader of the Blood Barbarians, you guys haven't asked if our colorful algae tribe has agreed to it. Suddenly, a cold voice resounded across the sky. Chapter 1450. 1450. The 1,450 strongest were His Majesty. Hmm. When this voice suddenly sounded, all the humans and demon beasts were stunned. Especially the leader of the blood barbaric demon beasts who was standing in front of the dragon throne. He raised his arm and received the worship of all the demon beasts. The sudden voice caused his body to completely freeze. All the humans and demon beasts looked towards the source of the voice. On top of a demon beast sculpture, a special demon beast was floating. It did not crouch down, but stood there straight. It was 7 to 8 meters tall and had a humanoid upper body, while its lower body was covered with branches that looked like seaweed. Its body was slightly slender, but it was not very eye-catching. The leader of the blood barbaric demon beast slowly turned around and looked at Ao Xingmu, its eyes filled with endless killing intent. Not long ago, the blood barbaric demon beasts were fighting against the bloodthirsty sea demon Lin and the other 3 races. The blood barbaric demon beast race used their powerful strength to make the other 2 top-tier demon beasts submit. Today, their blood barbaric demon beasts became the royal family, and they became the emperor of the wilderness. No one objected, and no demon beast race dared to oppose. Now, at this critical moment, someone actually dared to ask, "Do we agree?" The brightly colored algae demon beast clan? At the position of the demon beasts below, all the demon beasts raised their bodies and stared at the brightly colored algae demon beast leader on the sculpture. Some of the demon beasts were heading towards the position of the brightly colored algae demon beast clan. They discovered that all the brightly colored algae demon beasts didn't lower their bodies to show their submission. All of them were standing there. What's going on? A demon beast clan doesn't want to submit? That brightly colored algae demon beast clan wants to challenge the blood barbaric demon beast clan? To challenge the throne? Didn't the demonic beast race go through a huge battle a long time ago? Why are there still demonic beast races that refuse to submit? In the surrounding area, tens of millions of humans were stunned when they saw the multicolored algae demonic beast race that suddenly appeared in front of them. Even the people from the Blood Emperor, the Life and Death Forging Workshop, the Holy Item Forging Workshop, and the 3rd largest trading company in the world were stunned. At this moment, everyone from the Flowing Emperor Alliance recalled what Wang Xian had said to them. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Watching a good show. The good show had begun. The demon beast race, the strong shall be the emperor. However, your colorful algae race wants to challenge my throne? The leader of the blood barbarian demon beast stared at Ao Xingmu with his blood-red eyes filled with killing intent as he growled. I don't think you have the ability to be the emperor of the wilderness. Ao Xingmu stared at the leader of the blood barbaric demon beasts and said indifferently, Haha, good. You are just a small demon beast race, yet you dare to challenge the position of the blood barbaric demon beast royal race. Blood barbaric demon beasts, listen up. Kill all the members of the colorful algae demon beast race. Roar, kill them. The leader of the blood barbaric demon beast clan commanded with a terrifying expression. Roar. Below, a group of blood barbaric demon beasts stared at the multicolored algae demon beast clan with their bloody eyes and let out a terrifying roar. Challenge our blood barbaric demon beast imperial clan. Challenge our blood barbaric emperor. You bunch of damnable things are not qualified yet. Let me eat you. Below, a blood barbaric demon beast expert of the 6th level of the insightful void tier turned into a blood shadow and directly attacked Ao Xingmu. Eat them. The rest of the blood barbaric demon beasts charged toward the colorful algae demon beast race. The brutal aura instantly filled the entire space. The bloody smell condensed in the sky. If they didn't agree with each other, they would directly kill each other. This was the demon beast race, where the strong claimed the emperor. Leave no one alive. The leader of the blood barbaric demon beast stood in front of the dragon chair, staring at the area below with a cold face, and ordered with killing intent. Die. The level 6 insightful void level blood barbaric demon beast drew a blood shadow and instantly appeared in front of Ao Xingmu. Its sharp claws directly tore at his body. Ao Xingmu looked at the blood barbaric demon beast that was attacking him, and a smile appeared on his face. The green vines on his lower body swayed, directly turning into thorns and attacking the blood barbaric demon beast. Break! The blood barbarian demon beast at the 6th level of the insightful void tier looked at the countless vines, and its eyes were filled with a crazy killing intent. Its claws grew to 10 meters long, leaving bloody marks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, at this moment, countless roots seemed to grow under Ao Xingmu. They condensed into a pair of terrifying palms and grabbed him. The claws landed on the palms, leaving only traces of blood. With just the two of you, you can't be called the royal demon beast race. Ao Xingmu stood there, looking at the level 6 insightful void demonic beast expert that was grabbed by his 100-meter large palm. His face didn't have the slightest fluctuation. He extended his emerald green arm, and an emerald green spear appeared in his palm. His arm moved, and he directly stabbed towards the level 6 profound void demonic beast. Break for me, roar roar. The eyes of the blood barbaric demonic beast that was trapped in the palm revealed a shocked expression. It roared loudly, and many blood-colored snakes attacked towards the huge palm. It wanted to break free from the shackles of the palm. No, leader, save me. However, when it saw that the blood-colored snakes only left faint traces on the palm, it finally panicked. Looking at the long spear that was rapidly attacking it, it begged for mercy and fear. What? The leader of the blood barbaric demon beasts in front of the dragon chair saw that his clansmen who were of the same level as him were instantly trapped, and his face revealed a terrified expression. Break for me. His expression changed drastically. With a loud roar, a blood shadow that was 1,000 meters long slashed directly at the emerald green long spear. Its body shook and turned into 15 meters in size as it attacked Ao Xingmu. Pooh! When Ao Xingmu saw the attack from the leader of the blood barbarian demon beast, his expression did not change at all. With a shake of the spear, it instantly pierced through the 6th level insightful void tier blood barbarian demon beast. Ah! With a large hole in its body, the blood barbarian demon beast did not die immediately. The blood on its body was squirming rapidly. Land and take root. At this moment, Ao Xingmu's voice rang out. The emerald green spear was growing rapidly like roots that had pierced into the soil. The roots slowly covered the body of the blood barbarian demon beast, and its life force disappeared. Die! When the leader of the blood barbarian demon beast saw that its clansmen of the same level were killed, its eyes were filled with shock. His body flashed, and thousands of shadows appeared in the sky, attacking Ao Xingmu from all directions. The king of the wilderness belongs to me. Ao Xingmu looked at the blood shadows with a calm face. There was no fluctuation at all. He slowly spread his arms, and countless roots covered the area behind him. The area covered by the roots reached a radius of 3,000 to 4,000 meters, and the blood-filled sky was covered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 1451. 1451, 1451 paid his respects to the Dragon King. The Great War suddenly broke out, the appearance of the colorful algae demon beasts, and the massacre ordered by the leader of the blood barbaric demon beasts. Everything happened in an instant. However, in less than 10 seconds, screams of despair made all the humans and demon beasts widen their eyes, full of disbelief. However, when this scream sounded again, all the humans and demon beasts opened their mouths slightly. How is this possible? How is this possible? Aren't you multicolored algae demon beasts from the 5th level of the profound void tier? How can you be so strong? In the sky that was surrounded by countless roots, every phantom image of the leader of the blood-savage demon beast was pierced through by the roots. Even its main body was penetrated by the roots. Its entire body was exuding a monstrous blood chi. It cut off the roots in front of its body and roared in fear. Around it, there were countless densely packed roots. The roots completely covered it. The danger of death hung above its head. Its gaze swept across its surroundings, and its expression was somewhat panicked. Weaklings don't have the right to say so much nonsense. As Ao Xingmu spoke, he waved his arm, and the roots that filled the sky covered the leader of the blood-barbaric demon beast. Oh my god! This attack that filled the sky is simply too terrifying. That Emperor of the Wildlands is going to be killed. No, the leader of the blood-barbaric demon beast is going to be finished. How can this demon beast race that suddenly appeared be so terrifying? In less than a minute, it easily killed 2 level 6 insightful void martial artists. What level is it? Level 7 insightful void martial artists? In the surroundings, all the humans and demon beasts looked at the battle between the colorful algae demon beast race and the blood barbaric demon beast race in shock. Especially when they saw the leader of the blood barbaric demon beast race and the level 6 insightful void martial artist blood barbaric demon beast being easily killed, their faces were filled with shock. Especially the demon beast clan. The royal demon beast clan had already chosen a clan, and now, a clan had suddenly appeared, directly crushing the blood barbaric demon beast clan. On the sculpture, the leaders of the various clans raised their heads and stared blankly, their hearts incomparably shocked. How could such a terrifying clan suddenly appear? The Blood Emperor, the Life and Death Pill Workshop, and the others were all filled with astonishment. They had already made an agreement with the Blood Savage demonic beast. Now that a demonic beast race had suddenly appeared and removed the leader of the Blood Savage demonic beast from the throne, what was going to happen to their agreement? This was especially true for the Bloodflow Empire. They had specially prepared a crown for the leader of the Blood Savage demonic beast. Before they could put it on, he had already been killed. What frightened them the most was that this leader of the demonic beast race who had suddenly appeared was actually so terrifying. This is 7th level of the Profound Void tier. At the center of the 3rd trading company in the world, that old man suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed on Ao Xingmu who was calmly standing there in the sky. What? The surrounding middle-aged man's face trembled, and he stood there with his eyes wide open. Pong. At this moment, in the sky, the roots covering the sky were retracted, and the corpse of the leader of the Blood Savage demonic beast fell to the ground below. Leader. Roar. Emperor. When the tens of thousands of Blood Savage beasts saw their leader and a rank 6 Profound Void martial expert being killed, they all roared in fear. When the remaining rank 6 Profound Void martial expert saw his leader and companion being killed, his pupils constricted, filled with fear. He stared at the colorful algae demon beast in front of him, whose expression changed. Run. As greedy and bloody savage demon beasts, they cherish their lives very much. Do you still want to run? Can you escape? Ao Xingmu looked at the blood-red shadow running out desperately with a cold expression on his face. Run. The rest of the bloody savage demon beasts were shocked and angry when they saw the last top-tier expert of their clan running away. The rest of the blood savage beasts desperately fled in all directions. Ao Xingmu swept a glance, his pair of emerald green eyes staring at the surroundings, and the lower half of his body's vines directly fell into the soil below. Hong. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a huge tree demon directly drilled out from the ground below the level 6 insightful void demonic beast that had already fled 2,000 meters away. The tree demon was 1,000 meters in size, and it gave off a terrifying aura as it attacked. Boom, boom. At this moment, many terrifying tree demons also appeared below the other fleeing blood savage beasts. Aw! Roar, roar, roar! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! A miserable scream sounded out. The leader of the rank 6 insightful void demonic beast was killed by the tree demon at a distance of 2,000 meters. The other 10,000 blood savage beasts had all suffered a devastating blow. Within the colorful algae clan, another clansman with the strength of a rank 6 insightful void realm expert attacked the remaining blood savage beasts. For a time, endless roars could be heard from the surroundings. All the humans and beasts swallowed their saliva and looked at this scene in shock. 2 kilometers away, they killed a rank 6 insightful void martial artist who was trying to escape. A blood-savage demonic beast clan that was just a moment ago. A demonic beast clan that had 500 to 600 insightful void martial artists was easily exterminated. They didn't have the strength to resist. Greetings, my emperor. On the statue, the leaders of the demonic beast clans had respectful expressions. The expression of the demonic Lin leader changed as he lowered his body and roared, paying respects to our emperor. The other leaders of the demonic beast races also quickly lowered their bodies and paid their respects. This colorful algae demonic beast leader that suddenly appeared was definitely an existence that surpassed rank 6 of the profound void martial stage. A rank 7 of the profound void martial stage was an invincible existence in the entire flowing sea region, paying respects to our emperor. The hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts in the surroundings quickly knelt down and said, in the demonic beast clan, the strong were the emperor. The strength displayed by the leader of the multicolored algae demonic beasts was enough to make all the demonic beasts submit. It was even more respectful than the leader of the blood-savage demonic beasts. Hee. Ao Xingmu's gaze swept over all the demonic beasts in the surroundings, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He floated above the dragon throne, and a faint pressure enveloped the entire demon beast race. From today onwards, listen to my orders. Ao Xingmu's voice resounded in every demon beast's mind. We obey the emperor's orders. We obey the emperor's orders. The demon beast leaders responded loudly, and all the demon beasts roared respectfully. Ao Xingmu's face revealed a smile. The Blood Emperor's expression kept changing when he saw that the Emperor of the Demon Beasts had changed. Emperor of the Demon Beasts, can we continue the agreement between us and the Demon Beast dynasty? The Blood Emperor frowned and asked Ao Xingmu. The peace agreement. Ao Xingmu looked at the Blood Emperor with a smile and asked indifferently. Chapter 1452. 1452 paid his respects to the Dragon King. That's right, it's the peace agreement. When the Blood Emperor heard Ao Xingmu's words, he heaved a sigh of relief and nodded respectfully. You are the true king of the Wildlands, and your strength is probably unrivaled in the Luhai region. Our Bloodflow Empire is willing to coexist peacefully with your Wildlands Empire. At this moment, I have a wood elemental scepter that I have treasured for a long time, and I am gifting it to the true king of the Wildlands. As he spoke, he took out a 5th-level void interpretation wooden staff from his interspatial ring. With a wave of his arm, he flew towards Ao Xingmu. Compared to the leader of the blood barbaric demon beasts, this time, there was more respect and fawning. He had no choice. After witnessing his terrifying strength, even if he was the emperor of the Blood Flow Empire, he still had to be respectful. After all, the other party was an invincible existence at the 7th-level void interpretation. Naturally, the peace agreement has to be signed. Ao Xingmu didn't accept the scepter. He looked at the Blood Emperor with a hint of mockery in his eyes. However, it's not with you guys. As Ao Xingmu spoke, he looked at the position of the Luhuang Alliance. Everyone in the Luhuang Alliance was stunned when they saw the terrifying Emperor of the Wildlands and the invincible expert at the 7th level of the see-through realm looking over. Wang Xian gently nudged Feng Luan. Feng Luan was stunned, and her eyes revealed a look of surprise. She moved her body and flew directly into the sky. King of the Wildlands, our Luhuang Alliance hopes to sign a peace agreement with your Wildlands Empire. In the future, we will never fight and kill each other. As she spoke, she bowed to Ao Xingmu. I don't dare. You don't have to be polite, Queen Dragon and Phoenix. However, what happened next shocked everyone. When Feng Luan said this, the invincible Emperor of the Wildlands actually bowed respectfully to the Dragon Phoenix Queen. It was somewhat respectful. What the fuck? Even Feng Luan was stunned when she saw Ao Xingmu bow to her. What's going on? How could the invincible Emperor of the Wildlands be so respectful to the Dragon Phoenix Queen? Am I seeing things? The current Emperor of the Wildlands is a terrifying existence at the 7th level of the insightful void tier. He was so indifferent to the Blood Emperor just now. How could he be so respectful to the Dragon Phoenix Queen, who was at the 5th level of the insightful void tier? The surrounding humans widened their eyes in disgust and disbelief. What was going on? The expressions of the Blood Emperor, the Blood Flow Empire, and even the Life and Death Pill Workshop changed slightly when they saw this scene. They had a bad premonition. Everyone from the Blood Flow Empire Alliance also widened their eyes in disbelief. We are willing to sign an agreement with the Blood Flow Empire Alliance. Ao Xingmu continued to speak to Feng Wan. Good, that's great. A trace of excitement flashed through Feng Wan's eyes. Emperor of the Wildlands, what about our Blood Flow Empire? The Blood Emperor's pupils constricted slightly when he saw this scene, and he hurriedly spoke. All of you are not worthy. Ao Xingmu glanced at the Blood Emperor and said disdainfully. What? What the hell is going on? How could it be like this? We have just joined the Blood Flow Empire, and now the Barbarian Empire is not signing an agreement with the Blood Flow Empire. At this moment, all the humans standing behind the Blood Flow Empire were dumbfounded. Just now, in order to survive better, they had announced that they would join the Blood Flow Empire. Now, it was a complete reversal. Especially those few factions that had betrayed the Blood Flow Empire and joined the Blood Flow Empire. They staggered and stared at the position of the Blood Flow Empire in a daze. This. When the Blood Emperor heard their words, his expression changed drastically. His gaze was fixed on Ao Xingmu. He turned his head stiffly and looked at the 3 forces sitting below him. Emperor of the Wildlands, didn't we make an agreement with the Demon Beast clan? At this moment, the 3 forces of the Life and Death Pill Workshop below could no longer sit still. They stood up and stared at Ao Xingmu with unsightly expressions as they asked loudly, Did we make an agreement with the Blood Savage Demon Beast clan? Ao Xingmu stared at them and asked somewhat mockingly. This? The expressions of the people from the 3 factions changed slightly. Then what does the Emperor of the Wildlands mean by this? The old man at the center of the world's 3rd trading company stared at Ao Xingmu as he asked in a deep voice. This is a matter of our Flowing Sea region and our Demon Beast Empire. I can do whatever I want. Ao Xingmu also stared at the old man. His words caused the faces of all the people from the 3 forces to turn extremely gloomy. Demon Lin, according to what you have discussed with the Blood Barbarian Demon Beast clan, how should the following ceremony be held? Ao Xingmu's gaze moved away from the old man and asked the leader of the Demon Lin clan on the statue indifferently. Reporting to my emperor. According to the agreement, we will slaughter the human side that has not signed an agreement with us. We will drink the blood of the human experts to celebrate the establishment of our Demon Beast Empire. The leader of the Demon Qilin said without any hesitation. With the current strength of the Emperor of the Wilderness, he could suppress all the demon beast races by himself. He would not tolerate any disloyalty from them. All right, Ao Xingmu shouted loudly. His body moved, and he flew down from the dragon throne. He flew directly towards Wang Xian. At the same time, more than 1,000 members of his clan, the Starwood Dragon clan of the Dragon Palace, flew directly towards Wang Xian. Under everyone's gaze, Ao Xingmu landed in front of Wang Xian and knelt down. Greetings, Dragon King. I have lived up to your expectations. I have become the king of demonic beasts. Do you wish to continue with the ceremony? Ao Xingmu knelt in front respectfully and reported to Wang Xian. As he spoke, all the Starwood dragons knelt in front of Wang Xian. Hiss! Oh my god, what is going on? Ah, damn. I have already guessed that the Flowing Emperor Alliance is related to this new king of the Wildlands. However, I never expected that they were actually the subordinates of the nameless sword demon. How is this possible? Wang Xian is only at level 6 of the see-through realm. How did the king of the Wildlands become his king? When everyone saw the invincible king of the Wildlands kneeling in front of Wang Xian, every single human was in a daze. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Most of them were trembling as they felt that the scene before them was a little crazy. However, most of them were terrified. That's right, They were terrified. That was because they had chosen the Bloodflow Empire's side just now. Their expressions changed drastically as they stared at Wang Xian. They couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Let's continue. Wang Xian looked at Ao Xingmu and the rest in front of him. A faint smile appeared on his face. He looked in the direction of the Bloodflow Empire and swept his gaze across everyone. A faint killing intent flashed in his eyes. All Bloodflow Empire members, kill them all. Yes. Ao Xingmu replied loudly. All Savage Dynasty demon beasts, listen to my orders. A roar sounded out. Chapter 1453. 1453 The 1,453 people attacked. All Savage Dynasty demon beasts, listen to my command. When Ao Xingmu's voice resounded in the sky around the prodigy stage, the wind and clouds in the sky changed. On the ground, the blood-red plants on the ground seemed to come alive. The moment the voice ended, there was dead silence in the surroundings. The expressions of the leaders of the Demon Scale Demon Beast clan and the Bloodthirsty Sea Demon clan kept changing. They also didn't expect this scene to happen. Ao Xingmu, who had easily exterminated the Blood Barbarian Demonic Beast clan, was actually a subordinate of a human. Moreover, that human was the supreme genius of the human monster graveyard. This implied that the entire Demonic Beast clan would listen to a human. But if they didn't listen, what could they do? We obey the Emperor's order. After a short second, the 100 or so demon beast leaders on the statue instantly emitted terrifying killing intent. Demon beasts had always regarded the strong as their emperor. No matter what, Ao Xingmu in front of them was their emperor. They didn't care about anything else. Moreover, they couldn't care about anything else. If they wanted to live, they could only listen to the emperor's orders. We obey the emperor's orders. Hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts stood up, and waves of murderous aura and barbaric aura shot up into the sky. Kill all those from the Bloodflow Empire. Ao Xingmu swept his gaze across all the demonic beasts and ordered in a deep voice. Yes. Dozens of demonic beasts roared again, and pairs of blood-red eyes looked at everyone from the Bloodflow Empire. No, no, no. I'm not from the Bloodshed Empire. I'm not. Don't kill me. Sir Wang Xian, we're not from the Bloodshed Empire. We were forced to do so just now. Don't kill us. I'm willing to join the Bloodshed Empire Alliance. I'm willing to join. Don't kill me. At this moment, the tens of millions of people behind the Bloodshed Empire were completely dumbfounded. Feeling the terrifying aura of the hundreds of thousands of demon beasts and the murderous aura that caused the heaven and earth to change color, their eyes were filled with fear. These hundreds of thousands of intelligent demon beasts were very, very few compared to the tens of millions of people. However, in terms of quality, the difference was simply too great. In fact, a single demon beast could slaughter 1,000 humans. Not to mention, there were also over 2,000 void interpretation experts. The sounds of begging for mercy continued to ring out. Some people even flew towards the rear of the Flowing Emperor Alliance, completely opposite to the scene just now. However, the expressions of those few forces that had just betrayed the Flowing Emperor Alliance became interesting. From green to white, from white to black, it was very interesting. Regret, regret, all surged into their hearts. You, Blood Emperor felt the aura of hundreds of thousands of beasts, and his expression changed drastically. His body that was suspended in the air kept flying backward. His expression changed drastically, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Everyone in Bloodflow Empire was also full of fear. They held their weapons tightly, and their foreheads were full of cold sweat. Haha, kill. Meanwhile, the experts from the Bloodflow Empire revealed excited expressions on their faces. They raised the weapons in their hands. Their eyes were filled with intense and excited fighting spirit. The invincible king of demonic beasts was actually a subordinate of Lord Wang Xian. This was simply unimaginable to them. No wonder Lord Wang Xian was always so calm. No wonder the invincible king of the wildlands would be so polite to the dragon and phoenix queen. Those who have nothing to do with this, leave this place. Kill all the people from the bloodshed empire. Wang Xian raised his arm slowly, and a 5 elements millstone appeared in his hand. His cold voice rang out. Let's go. Let's leave quickly. Thank you, Lord Wang. Thank you, Lord Wang. Let's leave immediately. We will join the Bloodshed Empire Alliance in the future. Thank you, Lord Wang. When they heard Wang Xian's words, the humans and factions who had joined the Flowing Blood Empire immediately fled into the distance. As they fled, they expressed their gratitude with faces full of gratitude. Kill. Ao Xingmu raised his arm. Above his head, an emerald green tree appeared. The tree looked somewhat like an ancestral tree. Branches were hanging down from the sky. Roar, roar, roar. Hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts roared. The leaders of the demonic beast races leaped forward, directly pouncing towards the Blood Flow Empire. 10,000 beasts roared. They watched helplessly as hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts pounced over. Just that aura alone caused all the profound Void Realm experts of the Blood Flow Empire to lose their fighting spirit, even if they had 600 to 700 profound Void Realm experts. Serene, save us. When the Blood Emperor saw the demonic beast charging over, he shouted at an old man from the third trading company in the world with a face full of fear. Below, the old man from the third trading company in the world frowned slightly when he heard the Blood Emperor's cry for help. Everything had far exceeded their expectations. The plan was completely messed up. However, they were merchants. Merchants valued harmony and never participated in the power struggle. If they acted, it would be against the rules. The third trading company in the world, please act. Serene, please lend a hand to the Bloodshed Empire. However, the expressions of the people from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop changed drastically, and they hurriedly shouted at the old man. Since things had come to this point, they knew that they had to lend a hand to the Bloodshed Empire. If they didn't help this time, the Flowing Sea region would belong to the Flowing Emperor Alliance in the future. With the Dragon Phoenix Empire's rejection of their 2 factions, they would lose the vast market in the Flowing Sea region. This was a considerable loss for the 2 factions. Oh! The old man surnamed Ren frowned when he saw the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop open their mouths. He knew very well that the third trading company in the world was far inferior to these 2 factions. However, he also knew that these 2 factions had encountered some trouble, and no experts could come over. However, a merchant was a merchant. He wasn't prepared to make a move. Help the Bloody Flow Empire, and we'll help you expand a regional market. At this moment, the group of people from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop saw his hesitant expression. They looked at each other and gritted their teeth as they spoke. Oh, everyone, I'm a man of my word. The old man widened his eyes. His eyes were filled with light as he asked with incomparable excitement. We'll naturally keep our word. The group of people from the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop nodded. All right. Boom. The old man shouted loudly, and a force that far surpassed a level 6 insightful void tier instantly erupted from his body. Everyone, why can't we discuss anything properly? Why do we have to fight to the death? He moved and instantly appeared in front of the experts from the Bloodshed Empire. With a wave of his arm, a sky-blue light barrier appeared out of thin air in front of him. A single person faced hundreds of thousands of demon beasts without any change in expression. Oh, this is? A 7th level void interpretation expert. Another 7th level void interpretation expert. That's an expert from the third trading company in the world. I didn't expect that the third trading company in the world would actually have a 7th level void interpretation expert. When the old man appeared in front of Bloody Flow Empire, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Yet another invincible expert at the 7th rank of the profound void realm. A hint of excitement appeared on the pale faces of the people from Bloody Flow Empire, and they heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Chapter 1454. 1454 1,454 people blocked and killed. 7th level of the see-through realm? What? That third trading company in the world is actually a 7th-level see-through realm expert. Another 7th-level see-through realm expert has appeared. When the hundreds of thousands of demon beasts and people from the Flowing Emperor Alliance saw an old man who suddenly appeared in front of the Blood Flow Empire, their expressions changed slightly. They stared at the water-blue light screen like a barrier that fell from the 9 heavens, blocking the front of the Blood Flow Empire's people. All the demonic beasts stopped and looked at their emperor. Ao Xingmu frowned slightly and looked at Wang Xian, waiting for his order. You will be in charge of the following matters. Wang Xian frowned and said to Feng Luan when he saw the third trading company in the world standing in front of the Blood Flow Empire. Regardless of whether it was the third trading company in the world, the Life and Death Pill Workshop, or the Holy Item Forging Workshop, they were not something the current Dragon Palace could fight against. If they really offended them, Feng Luan would still need to be prepared to deal with them. Therefore, he let Feng Luan make the decision. The third trading company in the world, you have to interfere in our fight. Feng Luan nodded slowly and floated in the sky. Her eyes flickered as she stared at the elder at the 7th level of the Profound Void tier. No, the establishment of the Demon Beast Empire and the ceremony was announced by US and the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop. We have the obligation to protect the humans who came today from any harm. The old man looked at Feng Luan with a smile on his face and indifferently continued, the Emperor of the Wilderness and this young Master Wang. I think this matter should end here. If we really fight, it won't benefit anyone. Hee, the third trading company in the world. Then why didn't you stand out when they wanted to kill us just now? Feng Luan's expression turned cold when she heard the old man's words as she asked mockingly. Haha, give our world trading company some face this time. If we really fight, we will kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of our own. The old man did not directly answer Feng Luan's words. He slightly raised his head and the aura on his body rose once again as he spoke with a smile on his face. A faint threat entered the ears of every person and demonic beast. As an expert who had stepped into the 7th rank of the Profound Void tier for more than 2,000 years, he did not think that the Emperor of the Wildlands was his opponent. Moreover, if they really fought, he could make the Wildlands Empire and the Flowing Emperor Alliance suffer heavy losses. The other party knew what to choose. This time, our Blood Flow Empire admits defeat. If we really fight, you will lose at least half of your forces. Our Blood Flow Empire will not attack your Flowing Emperor Alliance in the future. The Blood Emperor said to Feng Luan with an extremely unsightly expression. This time, his tone was a little weak. If it wasn't for the presence of the experts from the third trading company in the world, their Blood Flow Empire would be completely finished. The Emperor of the Wildlands was actually the subordinate of that Wang Xian. This made him unable to believe it even until now. Faced with the elder's faint threat, Feng Luan's expression was a little ugly. Her eyes flickered with killing intent. Do you want to make a move? Wang Xian sensed Feng Luan's killing intent and asked her plainly. I can make a move. Are you confident? Feng Luan's eyes flickered as she looked at him and asked. Kill anyone who gets in my way. Wang Xian smiled faintly. His voice was not concealed at all as it resounded in the sky. Kill anyone who gets in my way. With Ao Xingmu's current strength, he could almost kill an opponent of the same level with 100% certainty. Since the third trading company in the world dared to interfere, he would kill them all. Kill anyone who gets in my way? Wang Xian's words caused the expressions of everyone in the Bloodshed Empire to change slightly. The expression of the old man from the third trading company in the world also changed slightly. A cold look appeared on his face. Kill me? Haha, don't be too arrogant. The old man laughed maniacally and said with a face full of ridicule. I'll kill you if I say so. Wang Xian looked at the old man who was laughing maniacally and shouted with a straight face. The Dragon King wants you to die. No one will be able to save you today. Kill him. Ao Xingmu roared when he heard Wang Xian's words. As soon as he finished his sentence, his entire figure disappeared and appeared in front of the old man in an instant. Forest illusion. A cold voice resonated in the sky. Following that, a terrifying forest appeared around him in an instant. The entire forest instantly covered the old man. The trees outside the forest rapidly rotated, forming a terrifying space with a radius of 5 kilometers in the sky. What? You want to kill me? You're courting death. When the world's third trading company's old man saw Ao Xingmu instantly attack, his expression changed drastically, and he roared furiously. Shatter, sea palm. His entire body trembled, and a terrifying tsunami came from his body. The tsunami surged out of his body, transforming into a terrifying palm with a radius of 3 to 4 kilometers. The palm directly bombarded the surrounding forest. Absorb. However, what shocked the old man was that when the palm landed in the forest, it did not cause the slightest ripple, as if it had directly disappeared. He clearly sensed his own energy and released it. Tree Demon, attack! Ao Xingmu was floating at the front. With a light shout, hundreds of tree demons that were hundreds of meters in size attacked the old man. After absorbing the ancestral tree's energy in the Dragon Palace, Ao Xingmu had completed a terrifying transformation. After the transformation, he was 100% confident that he could kill a 7th-level profound void martial artist. Boom, boom, boom. The trees instantly appeared in front of the old man at a terrifying speed. The terrifying sharp thorns on them stabbed at him. This caused the old man's expression to change drastically. Things seemed to have exceeded his expectations. Kill all the people from the Bloodshed Empire. Leave no one alive. However, when Ao Xingmu's forest illusion completely enveloped the expert at level 7 of the see-through realm in the sky, all the experts from the demonic beast race and the Luhuang alliance started to move. Wang Xian waved his arm, and the 5 elements millstone directly floated in the sky. They actually dared to attack? Oh my god! The king of the wildlands actually attacked the old man from the third trading company in the world and trapped him completely. Dodge, let's dodge. The instant the demonic beasts and the flowing Emperor alliance made their move, the tens of millions of humans around them were shocked. They watched in horror as the experts charged over and hurriedly fled into the distance. At this moment, everyone from the Blood Flow Empire was stupefied. They had originally thought that the appearance of the third trading company's rank 7 void interpretation expert would save their lives. However, what they had never expected was that the other party didn't care about that rank 7 void interpretation expert at all. Moreover, he wanted to kill him. How do we fight? How do we fight? The other party's strength is several times stronger than ours. All the experts of the Blood Flow Empire looked at the demon beasts and the experts of the Flowing Emperor Alliance with terrified faces. Run! Everyone, quickly run! The terrified voice came from the mouth of the Blood Emperor. Chapter 1455. 1455 chased after 20,000 Li, killing him. Run, run. The Blood Emperor looked at the terrifying killing intent charging at him. Even though he was a 6th-level void interpretation expert, his face was pale. Without any hesitation, he roared loudly and directly fled into the distance. Flowing Emperor Alliance had 3 6th-level void interpretation experts, and Beast Empire still had 4 6th-level void interpretation experts, a total of 7. However, they only had 4. As for the rank 5 and rank 4 profound void martial artists and above, the difference was many times greater. Run, run. All the people of the Blood Flow Empire did not have the slightest fighting spirit and fled in the direction of the Blood Flow Empire in fear. They had never expected that today, when they came to destroy the Flowing Emperor Alliance, the result would be their own doomsday. The powerhouses of the Bloody Flow Empire tried their best to escape into the distance. In just a few seconds, they had fled 4 to 5,000 meters away. Roar! All the insightful emptiness realm experts chase after them. Those who have not reached the insightful emptiness realm do not need to chase after them. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded in the sky. In the surroundings, the tens of millions of humans who had not managed to escape far looked towards the direction of the voice. Soon, their eyes widened. Oh my God! What kind of creature is that? It's Wang Xian, the Heaven's Pride Supreme Wang Xian. It's too terrifying. It's 70 meters long. This is the largest creature I've ever seen. The humans widened their eyes and were filled with shock. Follow your orders, chase after it. The leaders of the Demon Lin clan and the bloodthirsty sea monsters were slightly shocked when they sensed the terrifying aura coming from Wang Xian. They didn't hesitate at all and immediately roared at all the demon beast races. Although Wang Xian didn't belong to their demon beast empire, he was the boss of their emperor. How could he not obey? Today, I will definitely destroy your blood flow empire. Wang Xian swayed his huge body and directly made Feng Wuan stand on his body. On his left and right, there were 4 Demon Lin and bloodthirsty sea demon beasts of the insightful void level on his left and right. Sect Masterling followed from the side. Behind him, there were a few thousand insightful void-level demon beasts and 400 to 500 insightful void-level powerhouses from the Drifting Emperor Alliance. Roar! Roar! Wang Xian roared and chased after them. Feng Wuan stood on Wang Xian with a smile on her face. She held the phoenix staff in her hand, and a huge pair of phoenix wings appeared on her back. She was dressed in fiery red clothes and surrounded herself. Standing on Wang Xian, she was like the queen of the entire continent. Wang Xian was trying to create momentum for Feng Wuan. It was to pave the way for Feng Wuan to control the flowing sea region in the future. What is the relationship between the Queen of Dragon and Phoenix and Wang Xian? Wang Xian actually allowed her to stand on his body. I heard that the Dragon and Phoenix Empire was able to reach this stage thanks to the support of the Supreme Heaven's Pride expert. Their relationship is not shallow. It's too terrifying. That Supreme Heaven's Pride expert led thousands of insightful void stage powerhouses to hunt down the Flowing Blood Empire. Good boy. Lord Wang Xian and the rest are still magnanimous. They are not as overbearing as the Blood Flow Empire. The humans around them heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the demon beasts and the Flowing Emperor Alliance did not attack them. They looked forward in shock. It was not only the humans around them who were shocked. Even the insightful Emptiness Realm experts from the Flowing Emperor Alliance who were following behind had a contemplative look on their faces when they saw this scene. What happened today was not only shocking to the Blood Flow Empire, but also to them. Looking at Feng Wuan, who was standing on Wang Xian's body, everyone had a myriad of thoughts in their minds. In the future, there might be a queen appearing in this flowing sea region. They are chasing us. It's over. It's over. No, don't kill me. Don't kill me. There were more than 1,000 experts from the Blood Flow Empire who had yet to reach the profound void tier. How could they be faster than Wang Xian and the rest? When they saw the thousands of insightful Emptiness Realm experts who were chasing after them, despair appeared on their faces. They begged for mercy loudly in despair. Wang Xian ignored them and continued to chase after the 600 to 700 insightful Emptiness Realm experts who were flying ahead. However, Wang Xian did not bother with them. This did not mean that the demonic beasts of the first and second level of the insightful Emptiness Realm and the people from the Luhuang Alliance did not bother with them. When Wang Xian flew about 2,000 meters away, he heard a scream coming from behind him. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I surrender. I'm willing to join the Luhuang Alliance. No, 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 no. Very soon, in less than a minute, the first level of the insightful void tier, who was the slowest, was caught up. The sound of despair was heard again. The pursuit continued. Spread out. Let's spread out. How can we spread out? There are thousands of insightful void martial artists on the other side. Even if we spread out, we will be chased by a group of insightful void martial artists. Blood Emperor, save me. Your Majesty, save me. After 5 minutes of pursuit, more and more insightful void martial artists died. Originally, there were 600 to 700 insightful void martial artists in Bloody Flow Empire, but now there were only over 300. At this moment, many insightful Emptiness Realm experts had collapsed. They shouted loudly at the few figures in front of them who were dozens of kilometers away. Roar! Roar! At this moment, another roar came from behind them. Lock onto the 4 insightful emptiness realm experts of the Blood Flow Empire. Increase your speed. Wang Xian shouted softly. His huge figure swayed and his speed increased once again. The 5 insightful Void Tier 6 powerhouses beside him also increased their speed and locked onto the 4 emperors of the Blood Flow Empire. As for the rest of the insightful Void Tier powerhouses of the Blood Flow Empire, they were beheaded by the thousands of insightful Void Tier powerhouses behind them. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! At the front, the Blood Emperor and the 3 powerhouses of the Blood Flow Empire were shouting in horror. Hearing the screams coming from behind, they gritted their teeth and looked pale. Run. As long as we enter the palace and open the array, we can fight them. One of the emperors clenched his fist and roared. His eyes were filled with madness. Blood Emperor, 3 emperors, today, you won't be able to escape. Don't even think about escaping. Sect Master Ling flew on his sword and roared with killing intent as he looked at the 4 rulers of the Blood Flow Empire, who were more than 10 kilometers away. You want to kill us? Dream on. The Blood Emperor roared with a cold face. He gritted his teeth and turned into a bloody shadow. Oh my God, what a terrifying sound. A shadow flashed by. Who is that? Blood Emperor? Why did I hear that it's the Blood Emperor? I heard 3 emperors. What's going on? Oh my God. What's that 70-meter-tall creature? And those terrifying demonic beasts? While they were chasing, they arrived above a city. When a deafening sound rang out, the city guarding formation automatically activated. The enormous city guarding formation trembled under the cold shouts, as if it was about to collapse. A terrifying figure flashed past, and everyone's eyes widened. The Blood Emperor and the 3 emperors are being chased. Oh my God. What is going on? Within the city, a terrifying figure flew past, and the terrifying pressure made them lie on the ground. Even the city lord felt the same. They raised their heads and muttered with shock on their faces. Chapter 1456. What's that situation? What a terrifying aura. Blood Emperor? Experts from the Blood Flow Empire? I didn't even see their shadows. The Blood Flow Emperor Alliance and the Demon Beast experts are chasing after the experts from the Blood Flow Empire? What is this situation? What happened at the Human Demon Graveyard? Oh my God, that's our Emperor. The experts of our empire are being chased. As both of them were at level 6 of the see-through realm, the difference in their speed was not too great. Despite the Blood Emperor and the 3 Blood Emperors fleeing for their lives, they were still only able to maintain a distance of more than 10 kilometers away from Wang Xian and the rest. For a level 6 see-through realm expert, this distance of more than 10 kilometers would only take about 10 seconds. One chased while the other fled. Very quickly, they chased for more than an hour. Along the way, they passed by many cities. When the people in the cities felt this terrifying aura and heard the sounds that came from time to time, their expressions were extremely shocked. Especially the cities below the Blood Flow Empire. When they saw the Blood Emperor and the emperors of the empire being chased, their eyes widened, filled with disbelief. The imperial city of the Blood Flow Empire is right in front. As a 7,000 to 8,000-year-old empire, there must be some defensive and offensive means in their nest. We can't let them enter the imperial palace. After chasing for almost 20,000 miles, the imperial palace of the Blood Flow Empire appeared in their line of sight. Feng Luan stared with a frown and hurriedly said, "Let's stop them." On the left, the leader of the Demon Lin clan and a level 6 Demon Lin beast moved. In their humanoid form, their 4 limbs landed in the air and transformed into another form. Dharma Idol, raging flames roar. Dong dong dong. They lightly roared as the flames on their bodies shot up into the sky. The flames that were 1,000 meters long were rolling around. Under their limbs, something that looked like firestorm wheels appeared. The 4 people from the Blood Flow Empire want to escape from our pursuit? Wishful thinking. The leader of the demonic scales roared. His body moved and the entire void seemed to be burning. Let me lend you a hand. Feng Luan stood on Wang Xian's body and raised the phoenix staff in her hand. Aspect: phoenix wings soaring into the sky. With a wave of her staff, her wings landed on the two demonic beasts. Let us boost your defense. The two bloodthirsty sea monsters brandished a weapon that looked like a harpoon. A water blue light screen surrounded them. Boom, boom, boom. The void roared as they flapped their wings. The speed of the two demonic beasts increased to a terrifying level. What's that sound? What a terrifying sound. Is there an earthquake? The citizens of the Blood Flow Imperial City, who were dozens of kilometers away, felt the terrifying roar coming from the void, and their faces were filled with shock. Quick, quick, enter the Imperial Palace. The Blood Emperor sensed the terrifying power coming from behind, and he gritted his teeth and roared loudly. The other three emperors also flew with their faces flushed red. That's the Blood Emperor's voice. When the citizens in the Blood Flow Imperial City heard this voice, their eyes widened and they raised their heads to look. Don't even think about escaping. Boom, boom. At this moment, the Demon Lin leader's roar was heard. Following that, a meteorite that seemed to have descended from the sky rushed towards the Imperial Palace at a terrifying speed. What is that? What's going on? At this moment, all the people in the Bloody Flow Imperial City were stunned. Get lost. The Blood Emperor's expression changed greatly when he saw the two demonic scales rushing toward them at a speed that was twice as fast as theirs. The Imperial Palace was right in front of them, and they had to enter. The terrifying spear stabbed toward the two demonic scales. The other three emperors released three terrifying attacks and charged toward them. Boom, boom, boom. A loud explosion sounded from the sky. In the Imperial City, some weak humans spat out blood in shock. There were even people who died from bleeding from all 7 orifices. How terrifying. The Emperor of the Wildlands wants to kill you. You must die. After the shockwave of the explosion passed, 2 demonic scales floated above the Imperial Palace. They emitted demonic flames, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. The blue light screen and wings around their bodies had completely disappeared, but they were not injured. They were completely unharmed. What? The Blood Emperor and the 3 emperors' expressions changed drastically when they saw that they were floating above the palace and blocking their path. Level 6 Void Interpretation Demonic Beasts, they actually barged into our Imperial City. 2 Level 6 Void Interpretation Demonic Beasts, kill them, kill them. We, the Blood Emperor and 3 emperors, kill 2 Level 6 demon beasts of the Profound Void tier. Blood Emperor, where are you going to run to? In the Imperial City, almost half of the citizens spat out blood in the aftermath of the terrifying collision. When they saw the 2 demon scales, they roared with killing intent. However, just as they thought of their words, a cold voice came from not far away. Blood Emperor, where are you going to escape to? Escape? In an instant, all the citizens of the Blood Flow Empire were stunned. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, they saw 4 terrifying figures flying over. A terrifying creature that was 70 meters tall, a bloodthirsty sea demon that contained palpitating energy, and a sect master of the Sky Sword sect that they were familiar with. What? What happened? Why is our emperor being chased and killed? The citizens of the Imperial City were dumbfounded. You want to kill us? Even if we risk our lives, we can still drag 1 or 2 of them to die with us. An emperor roared with a ferocious expression when he saw Wang Xian and the rest rushing over to surround him. Is that so? Let's give it a try then. Wang Xian revealed a cold smile on his face. He moved his body and attacked the Blood Emperor without any hesitation. Leave him to me. I'll leave the other 3 to you guys. As he spoke, his 70-meter-long body moved, and the 5 elements millstone appeared above his head. Buzz. The 5 elements millstone spun and instantly reached an area of 3 kilometers. After his strength broke through, the area of the 5 elements millstone increased once again. Yes, the other 4 demonic beasts were delighted when they heard Wang Xian's words. If Wang Xian was going against one, they could join forces to fight against one. I will fight you to the death. Even if I have to die, I will drag you down with me." The Blood Emperor roared ferociously when he saw the five elements millstone in a 3-kilometer radius above Wang Xian's head. "Let's try you out. My strength." A cold glint flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. His dragon claws went straight for the negotiation. "Ah, I am the Blood Emperor. I will kill all my enemies." The Blood Emperor roared. He pointed the blood-red spear in his hand and attacked Wang Xian directly. Dragonation in the palm. 5 elements Great Mill, annihilate. Wang Xian displayed the second aspect that he had mastered after his breakthrough. Dragonation in the palm. In the surroundings, 2 demon scales were fighting against one emperor and 2 bloodthirsty sea monsters against the other. The last one, Sect Leader Ling, was fighting alone. However, Ao Yao surrounded him and was ready to assassinate him at any moment. Below, everyone from the Blood Flow Empire was stunned. "Ah, I can't accept this. I can't believe that I, a rank 7 void interpretation expert, died here." Suddenly, an endless voice sounded from within the 20,000-kilometer-long human demon graveyard. The voice echoed within tens of thousands of kilometers. Chapter 1457. "Ah, I can't accept this. To think that I, a rank 7 profound void martial artist, would actually die here." The voice reverberated, startling a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. A roar of unwillingness and regret. At this instant, everyone froze. Everyone, at least 1 billion people, all raised their heads in shock, looking in the direction of the Ladyboy graveyard. Their eyes widened, and they flickered. A level 7 insightful Void Realm expert had actually been killed. Were there any insightful Void Realm experts in the Flowing Sea region? How could they have been killed? The Flowing Sea region began to tremble. And within the Blood Flow Imperial City, the Blood Emperor and the 3 emperors trembled, their eyes filled with terror. They had been killed, and the level 7 insightful Void Realm expert of the 3rd trading company in the world had actually been killed. How was this possible? At that level, it was already very difficult for him to be killed. He did not expect that he would still die in the hands of the King of the Wildlands. "Next, it's your turn." When Wang Xian heard this desperate scream, a faint smile appeared on his face. He extended his dragon claw forward. The entire dragon claw turned into a 3-kilometer radius and met the blood-red spear of the Blood Emperor. What? When the Blood Emperor saw Wang Xian's dragon pearl turning into a radius of 3 kilometers, he was horrified. What the hell? The dragon claw was 3 kilometers in size. 3 kilometers? What kind of change was this? This was something that should not belong to this world. Bang! The Blood Emperor's blood-red long spear dissipated under the sweep of Wang Xian's dragon claw. There wasn't even a trace left behind. The Blood Emperor's expression changed drastically. He looked at the dragon claws that were heading toward him and hurriedly dodged to the side. Boom! The dragon claws landed on the dragon palace below. A large number of buildings were destroyed. The castles and indestructible buildings were like paper. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, just as the Blood Emperor was dodging Wang Xian's dragon claws, the 5 elements millstone released streams of grayish destructive energy that swept towards him. Oh no! The Blood Emperor's face was gloomy. Dark black gas surged out from his body and covered his entire body. Nether Gate. He let out a low roar and a black nether gate appeared in front of him. The gate was covered with mysterious patterns. Boom, boom, boom. The gate opened, revealing an endless darkness that seemed capable of devouring everything. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The destructive energy of the 5 elements landed on the gate, emitting a special sound of collision. Crack, crack. However, soon, the gate seemed to be unable to withstand the destructive attack and slowly cracked open. Oh no, what a terrifying and strange attack. The Blood Emperor's expression changed drastically. However, at this moment, the dragon claw that was also filled with destruction attacked him directly. Bang! The Blood Emperor's arm shook and his entire body was wrapped in dark red energy. He raised the long spear in his hand and blocked the dragon claw's attack. Pooh! However, in an instant, when the dragon claw landed on his body, a terrifying energy and power directly charged over. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body flew backward at a terrifying speed. At this moment, streams of energy in the sky continued to attack him. How can this be? How can there be such a huge gap between us? Blood spurted out from the Blood Emperor's mouth as he stared at Wang Xian in disbelief. His expression was a little dazed. The difference was simply too great. Not to mention the 5 elements millstone that covered an area of 3 kilometers in the sky. It completely blocked the area above him. Even the terrifying dragon claws were not something he could fight against. Even if I have to die, I will bite you. The Blood Emperor's expression was a little desperate. However, soon after, his expression turned ferocious. The dark red energy made him look like a devil. Dharma idol, Blood Emperor's possession. He roared loudly. The dark red energy surged from the blood on his body like fresh blood. His body slowly turned into the size of 1,000 meters. The strongest Dharma idol? Break for me. The Blood Emperor, who was 1,000 meters in size, held a terrifying long spear in his hand and stabbed at the dragon claw. Hee, I'm not playing with you anymore. Wang Xian watched as the Blood Emperor transformed into a Dharma idol that was 1,000 meters in size. There was no change in his expression. He was too weak. He waved his dragon claw, and the 5 elements grinding in the sky merged into the dragon claw. A force that seemed to be able to destroy the world clawed towards the Blood Emperor. Heaven-piercing spear. Upon seeing Wang Xian's dragon claw, the Blood Emperor let out a loud roar with an extremely embarrassed expression. He held the long spear in both of his hands and stabbed again. Bang! A body that was 1,000 meters in size was like a god in the eyes of some extraordinary martial artists. However, in the imperial city of Blood Flow, all the citizens watched as their emperor, who was in his strongest state, was grabbed by Wang Xian's claw. When the long spear landed on the dragon claw, it did not cause any substantial damage. On the contrary, the body that was 1,000 meters in size was grabbed by Wang Xian's dragon claw directly. Annihilate. Explode. Wang Xian stared at the Blood Emperor in the dragon claw. The invisible, annihilating energy instantly charged towards him. No, no. At this moment, the Blood Emperor was in complete despair. He raised his head and let out a final sound. Boom. It exploded. Even when the Blood Emperor was unleashing his strongest attack, he was still easily crushed in front of the serious Wang Xian. TSK. The combination of the kingdom of the dragon in my palm and the great mill of the 5 elements is simply invincible. Wang Xian looked at the corpse in the dragon's claw and revealed a faint smile on his face. Ah! At this moment, another miserable scream came from the side. Wang Xian turned his head and saw a black and white cross flashing in the sky 5,000 meters away. The corpse of an emperor was falling towards the ground. No, the heavens want to destroy my bloodshed empire. The heavens want to destroy my bloodshed empire. The 2 emperors who were fighting with the demon Lin Bloodthirsty, Sea Monster roared indignantly when they saw the Blood Emperor and one of the emperors being killed. Their eyes were bloodshot. It's not that the heavens want to destroy your bloodshed empire. It's that I, Wang Xian, want to destroy your bloodshed empire. Wang Xian stared at the 2 emperors. He moved his body and attacked one of the emperors with his dragon claws. Kill them. When the demonic Lin beasts saw Wang Xian's attack, they looked at each other. They could see a trace of fear in each other's eyes. The 2 demonic beasts immediately unleashed their strongest attacks. On the other side, Sect Leader Ling and Ao Yao attacked the emperor who was fighting against the bloodthirsty sea monster. For against one, they didn't even have the chance to escape. Fall. Fall. In less than 10 seconds, 2 miserable screams rang out. The emperor's corpse fell to the ground. Bang bang. The last 2 corpses landed heavily in front of the dragon palace. It smashed into the hearts of every citizen of the imperial city of Blood Flow. Roar roar. Wang Xian roared and revealed a smile. The blood flow empire was destroyed. From then on, he covered the sky of the flowing sea region with one hand. The people of Blood Dynasty below looked up and found that the sun was blocked, only the horrible dragon claws. One hand covered the sky. Chapter 1458 The Blood Emperor and the three emperors were directly killed by the experts led by Lord Wang in the imperial city of Bloodflow. The third trading company in the world, a rank 7 insightful Void Realm expert, was killed by the Emperor of the Wildlands. The Emperor of the Wildlands, an invincible emperor of rank 7 insightful Void Realm, was actually Lord Wang's subordinate. The Demon Beast clan submitted, and the Blood Flow Empire was destroyed. The entire world would belong to the Flowing Emperor Alliance, as well as that Lord Wang's world. All the factions will submit to the Flowing Emperor Alliance, and the Flowing Sea region will be unified. All the humans in the Flowing Sea region were shocked. After Wang Xian and the rest killed the Blood Emperor and the three emperors, the powerhouse from the third trading company in the world let out an indignant roar. In just 2 short days, this matter swept through every corner and city in the Flowing Sea region like a hurricane, and even every town. When everyone heard this news, their eyes widened, and their faces were filled with shock. Each piece of news was more shocking than the last. The entire Luhai region had 1,600 to 700 cities, and there were 3,000 to 4,000 cities and towns, with a population of 10 to 20 billion people. Everyone's eyes widened, and they communicated with each other in shock. 5 days later, 5 shocking news spread throughout the entire Luhai region. First, the Dragon Phoenix dynasty announced that it would change its name to the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. The Dragon Phoenix dynasty would take over all the cities and territories of the Blood Flow dynasty. Anyone who resisted would die. Second, the newly established Barbarian dynasty announced that it would join the Dragon Phoenix dynasty. Other than the Demon Lin Demon Beast clan, the Sickle-tailed Snake Demon Beast clan, and the Ghost Monkey clan, which were 3 Demon Beast clans, as well as more than 10 small Demon Beast clans, the rest were all citizens of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. They lived in the Human-Demon Graveyard. Third, the Flowing Emperor Alliance still existed, with the Dragon and Phoenix Empress, Sect Masterling of the Sky Sword Sect, the Light Dragon King, and Sect Master E of the Bloodstream Sect as the main force, with the rest of the forces supporting them. Fourth, the Divine Wind Academy, the Hanhai Dynasty, and the other neutral dynasty forces joined the Flowing Emperor Alliance. Fifthly, Empress Dragon and Phoenix had decided to move the Imperial City to the tomb of the demi-humans to rebuild the glory of the ancient Bloodstream sect. News came one after another. All the humans in the Flowing Sea region knew that the Flowing Sea region might be unified. This unification would probably happen within the next few years. However, even now, everyone knew that there was an additional person in control of the Flowing Sea region. That was Wang Xian. The Luhai region also had a real emperor, the Empress of Dragons and Phoenixes. Although the current Empress of Dragons and Phoenixes did not live up to her name, as long as Wang Xian was still alive, the Empress would be the Empress. After half a year, the entire Luhai region changed drastically. Half a year later, another piece of news that shocked the Luhai region came. The main hall of the demi-human cemetery had been breached by the Empress of Dragons and Phoenixes. The Dragon and Phoenix Empress had completely taken control of everything in the demi-human cemetery. The main hall, the Heaven's Pride stage, the training grounds, and the blood refinement grounds. Furthermore, the Dragon and Phoenix Empress had issued one decree after another. Human and demon beasts coexisted peacefully, and human and demon beasts traded. The Dragon and Phoenix Imperial City began to build on the foundation of the demi-human cemetery. After taking control of the main hall, the rest of the demi-human cemetery can also be controlled. The next development will be much smoother. However, at this moment, at the top floor of the main hall of the human-demon graveyard, Feng Luan heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Empress, your development is simply too fast now. Your foundation is a little lacking. You will have to settle down for a period of time. Even I didn't expect that in the past 2 years, you had conquered the entire Luhai region. The top floor of the main hall was about 2 kilometers in size. The rich spiritual energy was only slightly weaker than the Dragon Palace. In the splendid room, an old woman and 2 old men stood in front of Feng Yuan. Each of them was like an unfathomable starry sky that made one's heart palpitate. I have to thank Wang Xian for this. If it wasn't for him, I would still be governing a small country in a city. Feng Yuan smiled and looked at Wang Xian, who was sitting at the side. Her eyes were filled with smiles. The old lady looked over, and her eyes were filled with shock. Wang Xian naturally knew that when they met 2 years ago, the other party's strength was not even at the insightful void stage. However, in such a short period of time, the other party's strength was even stronger than their empress. Their empress was equivalent to being reborn and cultivating again. Her cultivation speed was more than 10 times faster than those peerless heavens favorites. The old lady never expected that he could help the empress dominate the flowing sea region in such a short period of time. Wang Xian smiled at the side and didn't say anything. He was in a good mood as he checked the information in his interspatial ring. But now, my strength is still too weak. It will take some time for me to completely unify the flowing sea region. Moreover, just as you said, I need to settle down for a while. Feng Yuan frowned slowly and said in deep thought. Her strength could not keep up with Wang Xian's development speed. This time, it was Wang Xian who forcefully helped the Dragon Phoenix Empire to advance to the Dragon Phoenix Empire. His strength was still at level 4 of the See-Through Realm. He could fight against level 5 of the See-Through Realm. However, just like the Blood Flow Empire, the Blood Emperor's strength had to reach level 6 of the See-Through Realm. It was also because of her weak strength that the Flowing Emperor Alliance did not disband. Only when she reached level 5 of the Profound Void tier, or even level 6 of the Profound Void tier, would she be able to directly take over the Flowing Emperor Alliance. Only then would the Light Dragon King and Sect Master Ling be completely convinced. Back then, when the Phoenix Empire was upgraded to the Empire by her, it took a whole 1,000 years. Even so, such a rapid upgrade to the Empire still shocked the entire continent. Feng Yuan was also known as the #1 Empress throughout the ages. However, when she upgraded the Empire to the Empire, it took her 200 years. Now, it was only 2 years. Many things could not keep up. This time, she was able to control the main hall because she called the Fire Cloud Sparrow clan over. Otherwise, with her strength, she would not be able to control it at all. Feng Yuan, go to the dragon pool and try. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was sitting at the side, suddenly spoke to her. Enter the dragon pool? Feng Yuan was slightly stunned before a contemplative look appeared on her face. Speaking of which, she had absorbed energy from the dragon pool and was reborn. She could be considered a member of the Dragon Palace. As long as the members of the Dragon Palace had sufficient dragon blood, they would be able to directly increase their levels in the dragon pool. She only found out about this not too long ago. However, she didn't think about it at that time. I'll give it a try. Feng Yuan's eyes flickered. Once her strength was able to increase tremendously, it would be easier for her to completely control the flowing sea region. How's the situation at the third trading company in the world, the Life and Death Pill Workshop and the Holy Item Forging Workshop? Wang Xian asked Feng Yuan again. It has been settled. Through the Fire Lark clan, we use some methods to make them give up on the flowing sea region completely. Feng Yuan said to Wang Xian. That's good. I'm going back to the Dragon Palace to rest. As Wang Xian spoke, he stood up and walked out. Chapter 1459. Feng Yuan shook her head when she saw Wang Xian leaving. Rest? You are resting every day. She was a little envious of Wang Xian, Guan Shuqing, and the other girls. They didn't have to do anything all day long. They could cultivate, eat, drink, play, and be free. Unlike her, she was extremely busy all day long. Wang Xian didn't know what Feng Yuan was thinking. He walked out with an excited look on his face. There was a huge amount of resources in the interspatial ring in his hand. The main hall was completely under his control. There were some corpses of ferocious beasts and extremely precious medicinal pills in the main hall. All these resources added together with the resources that the Dragon Palace had obtained recently were enough for him to improve his strength. Xiao Xian. Just as he walked out of the main hall, a voice suddenly sounded. Wang Xian was slightly stunned. He looked over and saw Ling Jian'er, who was dressed in white, looking at him with a face full of joy as she walked towards him. In her eyes, she couldn't hide her admiration. Ling Jian'er. Wang Xian looked at her as she walked over with an awkward expression on his face. After the main hall was completely under control, the base of the Luhuang alliance was also placed in the main hall. Recently, Ling Jian'er had been coming to look for him frequently. Everyone could see the admiration in her eyes. As the saying goes, a woman chasing a man is separated by a layer of gauze. Every day, she would be chased by an extremely beautiful girl. It was a lie for Wang Xian to say that he was not tempted. Here, this is the dessert that I just learned how to make yesterday. Try it and see if it tastes good. Ling Jian'er took out an exquisite box with a happy expression and handed it to him. All right, Ling Jian'er, you don't have to give me these. Wang Xian looked at the things that were handed over and smiled awkwardly. Ling Jian'er treated him very well. He could tell that she treated him very well. Xiao Xian, why didn't you tell us when you were going back? Humph. At this moment, the voices of Guan Shuqing and the other girls could be heard from behind. Upon hearing their voices, Ling Jian'er retreated a little cautiously and kept a distance away from Wang Xian. Ahem, I didn't know that you guys were also in the main hall. Wang Xian looked at the few girls and said with a smile, Humph, you're fooling around again. Guan Shuqing rolled her eyes at him and pouted. The other few girls also had hostile looks. Wang Xian was speechless and didn't say anything. In the past half a year, he finally managed to get a group of girls to accept Zhang Fengying and live the life of Wei Xiaobao, 7 wives. However, because of this, a few of the girls stared at him sternly and didn't want to flirt with him anymore. This caused a group of girls to pay close attention to him. Are you guys going back to the Dragon Palace? Shall we go back together? Wang Xian quickly changed the topic and said to them, Let's go back. Let's go back together then. A few of the girls nodded their heads. Ling Jian'er, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll go back first. Thank you for the delicious food. Wang Xian waved his hand as he spoke to Ling Jian'er. Ling Jian'er pursed her lips and nodded with a smile on her face. She stared blankly at Wang Xian and the rest as they turned around and left. However, very soon, she clenched her fist and stabbed it into her palm, causing a trickle of blood to flow out. Xiao Xian, are you still lacking a maid? Wang Xian, who was walking in front, suddenly heard Ling Jian'er's voice from behind. His body stiffened. Is there still a need for a maid? Wang Xian remembered that when he was in the cemetery of demihumans and Ling Jian'er confessed to him for the first time. He said, If you want to follow me, that's fine too. Be a maid, serve tea, pour water, wash clothes, cook, and wash your feet. Now, this is not lacking. Not lacking. Wang Xian felt a few cold gazes from beside him. He quickly shook his head, turned around, and left. Ling Jian'er, who was standing at the back, had even more strength in her hands. Drops of blood fell to the ground. She looked at Wang Xian's figure with an extremely dejected gaze. If I can't be with you, what's the meaning of this? Heartless sword path. Forget about love. Forget about love. She mumbled as a hint of deathly gray slowly appeared in her eyes. In this deathly gray color, an extremely cold golden small sword was flashing. Back then, not only did she obtain a golden origin, but she also obtained a sword Dao inheritance that she thought was a forbidden technique. Back then, when she saw this sword Dao inheritance, she threw it into her interspatial ring. This was because no one knew how to cultivate, and no one would believe that there was such a way to cultivate sword Dao. The true heartless sword Dao, killing sword Dao. I have to say, Ling Jian'er's desserts are really delicious. If she didn't like Xiao Xian, we would have been friends with her. It's pretty good. It's much better than my desserts. Xiao Xian, try it. Ling Jian'er gave it to you. Wang Xian and the group of girls flew toward the Dragon Palace. The few girls took the desserts skillfully. It was obviously not the first time. The few girls had a good impression of Ling Jian. However, she was a love rival. Naturally, they didn't want to share Wang Xian with others. There were already enough people. Hee, let me try it too. Wang Xian smiled and ate some. It wasn't the first time he had tasted it. The taste was still as delicious as before. The current Dragon Palace had been relocated to the sea area not far from the main hall. That place used to be the lair of the blood barbarian demonic beasts. Now, the Dragon Palace had been relocated there. When they entered the Dragon Palace, they could clearly see that there was a lot of vitality in the entire Dragon Palace. Compared to before, the Dragon Palace now had a tremendous change. First of all, the Dragon Palace no longer had more than 6,000 members, but had more than 16,000 members, an increase of 10,000 members. The Demon Lin Demon Beast clan had all joined the Dragon Palace, along with the Sickle-tailed Snake clan, the Ghost Monkey clan, and a few other Demon Beast clans. The Demon Lin Demon Beast clan had over 6,000 demon beasts, and the remaining 4,000. These were all demon beasts that had passed the Dragon Gate. The remaining demon beasts, including the bloodthirsty Sea Demon Beast clan, hadn't passed the Dragon Palace. The Demon Lin Demon Beast clan belonged to the Mount of the Dragon Palace. A mount didn't mean that their status in the Dragon Palace was low. On the contrary, their status was very high. If they wanted to make a demon beast their mount, the other members of the Dragon Palace had to show their strength. Without strength, the Demon Qilin wouldn't let anyone ride it. The Sickle-tailed Snake clan had joined the special department of the Dragon Palace, the poison-making department. The Ghost Monkey passed through the Dragon Pond and turned into the Demon Monkey of the Demon War department. As for the rest, they were filled with the Dragon Spur department, the Dragon Guard department, the Thunder department, and the Golden Swordfish clan. These demonic beasts were not weak. After killing the Blood Flow Empire and killing the surrounding beasts, the weakest members of the Dragon Palace were at least at Transcendent Level 9. Among them, there were 3,000 at the Profound Void Realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Dragon Palace's power could sweep through all the forces in the Luhai region, including the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Luhuang Alliance. Chapter 1460. Now, in the entire Luhai region, everyone knows that the Dragon Phoenix dynasty is extremely powerful. However, they don't know that the Dragon Palace is the one who is truly powerful. Wang Xian scanned all the members in the Dragon Palace and revealed a smile. Currently, there were 3 people in the Dragon Palace who possessed the combat strength of level 7 of the See-Through Realm. Ao Xingmu and 2 Demon Qilin. The combat division leaders of the Dragon Palace had already reached level 5 of the See-Through Realm and possessed the combat strength of level 6 of the See-Through Realm. His current strength was not very outstanding in the Dragon Palace. It's time for me to raise my strength. Wang Xian moved his body and flew directly toward the Dragon King Hall. A group of girls followed behind him and looked at Wang Xian on the dragon throne happily. All of you, step back a little. I can't control the aura that I release when I make a breakthrough. Wang Xian reminded the girls. His body moved and transformed into a dragon. Then, he threw the pills in his interspatial ring into his mouth. In the past half a year, he had already obtained a terrifying amount of resources after subduing the Blood Flow Empire and its affiliated forces. After the Dragon Phoenix Empire was established, it ruled over 1,000 cities, and the Fire Hammer clan earned hundreds of billions of middle-grade spirit stones from selling weapons every day. The profit was about 60 to 70 billion middle-grade spirit stones. 60 to 70 billion middle-grade spirit stones was a huge amount of money for a dynasty. Just the pills bought with these spirit stones could increase a lot of dragon chi. With the continuous income of spiritual stones, the strength of the members of the Dragon Palace had also increased tremendously. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through in your level. As you have comprehended the strongest aspect of the 5 elements, the 5 elements grinding has further strengthened the dragon head. Ding! Congratulations to host for comprehending the aspect. The dragon has the head of the world. Name, Wang Xian. Race, 5 elements divine dragon. able to transform into a human. Level, third level of the void interpretation, third change of the divine dragon transformation. Dragon crystal, 3,311,276. 4 billion/1000 billion. Supernatural ability. Ruling the water tribe below one's level. Devouring creatures to extract dragon crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, divine dragon transformation. Supernatural ability. Soul capture, spirit possession, light and dark fire dragon eyes, light and dark void, light and dark shadowless, light and dark. Aspect. 5 elements grinding, dragon country in the palm, dragon head under the heavens. Dragon Palace, level 3. Members of Dragon Palace, 16,796. Boom. When the system's voice rang in Wang Xian's mind, his body began to improve crazily. His 70-meter-long body expanded rapidly, especially the position of the dragon head. The energy of the 5 elements swept across it. Every dragon whisker and 2 huge dragon horns emitted a divine glow. The energy of the 5 elements grinding strengthened the position of the dragon head. The third aspect, the dragon head of the world. His body finally stopped at the 80-meter-long position. The energy contained in his huge dragon body was even more terrifying. It seems that every time I upgrade and comprehend the aspect, I will be able to strengthen a part of my body. Wang Xian thought to himself. When he thought of each aspect, he found it a little funny. When he used the Dragon Kingdom in his palm, the entire dragon claw had expanded by 3 kilometers, which was 3,000 meters. However, his body was still tens of meters long. It looked very comical. The dragon head and the world aspect were the same. The dragon head had expanded by a few thousand meters while the body was still 80 meters long. Wasn't that like a tadpole? It seems like I can only look normal after I transform my entire body aspect. Wang Xian thought to himself. His body moved and returned to his human form. Xiao Xian, congratulations on your improvement. Husband, now you have the strength of a 7th-level void interpretation. A group of girls ran over with faces full of joy and asked happily, his strength should be about the same as Ao Xingmu's. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. Ao Xingmu's strength was definitely the most terrifying existence among the 7th-level void interpretation. Now, Wang Xian was on par with him. Next, all of you need to improve your cultivation. Also, the Dragon Palace needs to consolidate their strength. Wang Xian said to them. The Dragon Palace had added about 10,000 new members. Next, they needed to get used to each other and undergo training. Moreover, they were already invincible in the Luhai region. Next, they would enter the stage of normal development. All right, but we need to call Sister Feng Wan to celebrate. Guan Shuqing and the rest of them said happily. Don't invite Feng Wan. She has a lot of things to do. Let's go celebrate. Hee. As Wang Xian spoke, his gaze swept across the 6 girls and his eyes lit up. This was especially so for Zhang Fengying. Although the girls had accepted her, they had never slept together before. Now that everything had been settled, it was time to start clapping for love. When he thought of Zhang Fengying's figure that was even hotter than that of a Jia, he felt extremely excited. Charge! For 2 days in a row, Wang Xian once again lived a life that was as happy as the heavens. Boom! 2 days later, a muffled sound suddenly rang in the Dragon Palace. A thick flame filled the entire Dragon Palace. Ding! Dragon seed harvested. Fire Phoenix Dragon seed. At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly rang out in Wang Xian's mind. What's going on? Wang Xian was slightly shocked. He immediately flew out of the bedroom and headed towards the dragon pool. Chirp, chirp. When he looked into the dragon pool, he revealed a surprised expression. A huge fire phoenix was slowly circling above the dragon pool. The fire phoenix's gaze was fixed on one of the divine dragons on the 9 dragon pillars. Wang Xian looked over and revealed a surprised expression. Initially, there were 9 divine dragons that looked exactly the same. Now, The divine dragon that the fire phoenix was staring at was burning with flames all over its body. It had completely turned into a fire divine dragon. It's because of the indestructible wood. The indestructible wood is the wood of origin fire. The dragon palace extracted the blood of the phoenix and gave birth to a new dragon seed, the fire phoenix dragon seed. Wang Xian had some understanding in his heart, and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. The fire phoenix dragon seed was definitely not weaker than the fire gold dragon seed, the thorny dragon seed, and the starwood dragon seed. This is a big win. Moreover, the phoenix can really increase her strength in the dragon pool. Her level has already reached the 5th level of the see-through void. Wang Xian stared at the gigantic fire phoenix and revealed a faint smile. Chirp, chirp. At this moment, the fire phoenix turned its head and shouted at Wang Xian. Its body moved and transformed into a human form. Feng Luan's eyes were filled with excitement and shock. I actually turned my bloodline back into a fire phoenix. Back then, when I was in the realm of longevity, I could only transform into the form of a fire phoenix. Furthermore, I could only maintain it for 10 minutes. Now, I can change my form freely. After I transform into a fire phoenix, I can fight 2 levels higher and fight against a powerhouse at the 7th level of the profound void stage. She walked towards Wang Xian excitedly. Oh, isn't that great? Wang Xian smiled at her. I still have some resources here. I'll go and upgrade 1 more level. Unfortunately, before my strength reaches the realm of longevity, I can't reveal my phoenix form as I please. Chapter 1461. Wang Xian was slightly speechless as he watched Feng Luan enter the dragon pool once again. She would be stronger than him if she were to increase her level 1 more time. After this upgrade, it won't be long before the Luhai region is completely under the control of the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at Feng Luan's figure. What happened, little Xian? At this moment, a group of girls walked over and asked curiously. Nothing much. Feng Luan's level has broken through. Wang Xian shook his head and looked at the fire divine dragon that was coiled on the pillar at the dragon pond. Fire Phoenix Dragon Seed. I wonder if it can allow the demon Qilin clan to transform it. Wang Xian thought to himself. Dragon King, Miss Lingjian, asked Duan Jinming to send something over. She said that she must give it to you. At this moment, Prime Minister Gui was holding an exquisite box in his hand. He walked over and spoke to Wang Xian respectfully. Lingjian asked him to send it over? Wang Xian was slightly stunned. He took the box with a stunned expression. HMPH, Lingjian must have missed the handsome Wang Xian whom she hasn't seen for 2 days. She might have specially made some delicacies for you and sent it over. A few girls looked over and rolled their eyes at Wang Xian. How could that be? Wang Xian shook his head. This was not an explanation. Based on his understanding of Lingjian, she would not do such a thing. Open it and let us see what it is. Could it be a love letter? A few girls gathered around curiously and asked Wang Xian. Wang Xian shook his head slightly and slowly opened the box. However, the moment the box was opened, his expression changed drastically. He felt his scalp tingling and stared at the thing inside in disbelief. What is it? A few girls saw that Wang Xian was stunned and leaned over. This? What is this? However, when Guan Shuqing and the rest saw the item inside, their faces turned pale instantly. Heart. Wang Xian's expression changed as he stared at the beating heart. His expression kept changing. A heart, a beating human heart. Beside the heart, there was a note. Wang Xian looked at this thing and felt his scalp tingling. Why did Lingjian give him a heart? Furthermore, whose heart was this? Phew. Wang Xian took a deep breath and took the note from the box. He then opened it. I am my heart. This is for you, Xiao Xian. I love you. I know you don't love me, but I love you just like a beating heart. You don't have to worry. I'm not dead and I'm not in any danger. However, from today onwards, I no longer have a heart. I want to start another life. Goodbye. For lines of words. It was a very simple word. Fuck. When Wang Xian read the 4 lines of words, he could not help but curse. His expression was extremely ugly. What's wrong, Xiao Xian? When the group of girls saw Wang Xian's expression, they revealed anxious expressions. It had been a very, very long time since they saw Wang Xian so angry and embarrassed. The last time, Guan Shuqing was severely injured and on the verge of death. The last time, Xiaoyu was severely injured. A few girls looked at him worriedly. I really didn't expect her to be so extreme. Wang Xian handed the note in his hand to them with an embarrassed expression. He was breathing heavily as he spoke. This, how could Ling Jian how could a person without a heart? When the few girls saw the words on it, their faces turned pale. Give my heart to you. Just thinking about it made them feel a little terrified. Wang Xian came to the seat of the Dragon King's palace with a gloomy face. He sat on the dragon chair and stared at the beating heart with an expressionless face. It was very strange that the heart was still beating. Without a heart, it was impossible for a person to survive unless he had reached the realm of longevity. Obviously, Ling Jian did not have the ability to do so. However, her heart was indeed beating. What the fuck? Wang Xian's face turned darker and darker when he recalled his condition when he met Ling Jian. Speaking of which, Ling Jian was an extreme person and had a weird personality since her father chased her out of the house after her mother's death. It was only after she confessed to Wang Xian and sect leader Ling brought her back to the sect that her personality improved a little. Especially after he said that she was too cold and needed to be more lively, her character improved a lot. However, there was one thing that could not be concealed. Ling Jian had not recovered from the trauma of her childhood. If Wang Xian accepted her, she might have recovered. However, she had not accepted him for the past half a year. It ignited her previous emotions. I'll go to sect leader Ling's place. Wang Xian stood up and said to the few girls as he flew towards the main hall. The few girls exchanged glances and followed behind him immediately. The main hall was only about 100 kilometers away from here. With his speed, he arrived very quickly. Sect leader Ling. Before Wang Xian arrived at the main hall, he saw sect leader Ling leading his men and flying into the distance with a gloomy expression. He moved and appeared in front of them. Brother Wang Xian, have you seen my daughter? Have you seen her? Sect leader Ling asked anxiously when he saw Wang Xian. This was a huge loss of composure for the big shots in the Luhai region. Sect leader Ling, I received a letter from Ling Jian so I rushed over immediately to ask. Wang Xian didn't dare to tell him what was on his mind. He asked with a solemn face. She said that she wants to cultivate the heartless sword principle. She wants to leave this place and start a new life. If I forget about her daughter, she will also forget about me. The heartless sword principle. Sect leader Ling said in a fluster. The heartless sword principle? What heartless sword principle? Wang Xian was slightly stunned and asked. He had heard of the heartless sword principle when he was on Earth. Ao Jian had also cultivated the heartless sword principle back then. It's this. This is what Jian obtained by chance in the demi-human graveyard back then. Other than the heartless sword principle, there was also a terrifying golden glow. Jian said that the golden glow was the gold of origin and the gold of origin had been absorbed. She had never cultivated this heartless sword principle. After she threw this heartless sword principle to me, I took a look and threw it into my interspatial ring. As sect leader Ling spoke, she passed a palm-sized rock to Wang Xian. Wang Xian took it and immediately felt a terrifying sword in tint coming from it. Following that, a resolution was transmitted. Heartless sword principle, the #1 killing sword in the universe. After mastering it, you will reach the pinnacle of power. No one in the 9 heavens can match you. The heartless sword principle starts from forgetting one's feelings. Dig out your own heart and forge your sword heart. Your sword heart is... A resolution surfaced in Wang Xian's mind, causing him to take a deep breath. Use all the powers of the Dragon Phoenix Empire and the Luhuang Alliance to search for it. Wang Xian said with an embarrassed expression. Chapter 1462. Prime Minister Gu A, have you found her? 4 days later, Wang Xian and a group of girls were sitting in the Dragon King's palace. When they saw Prime Minister Gu a few girls immediately stood up and asked hurriedly, Dragon King, Dragon Queen, we have used the entire Dragon Phoenix Empire, Luhuang Alliance, and the strength of our Dragon Palace, but we still haven't found Miss Ling Jian'er. However, someone said that they seemed to have seen this figure flying towards the east. Prime Minister Gui reported to Wang Xian and the rest. The east? Wang Xian frowned slightly. It's the Dragon King. The north-flowing sea, which is 300,000 kilometers away from the east, is a vast area. With our current search efforts, Miss Ling Jian'er is either in the wilderness or heading towards the vast area. Prime Minister Gu continued to speak to Wang Xian. The vast area of the sea is an area close to the Nine Gods Empire. The area is about 10 times larger than the flowing sea area. The vast area of the sea? Wang Xian's eyes flickered. He was naturally very clear about the vast area of the sea. If the flowing sea area was equivalent to a city, then the vast area of the sea was equivalent to a province. And those empires were equivalent to a huge country. In the supernatural continent, there were 5 empires. There were about 20 territories of the vast sea region. And there were about 40 to 50 places like the flowing sea region. The 3 divisions, together with the ocean region and Dragon Island, formed a huge supernatural continent. With Wang Xian's current energy in the flowing sea region, it was impossible to not find someone unless the person stayed in the wilderness or died. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to not be able to find the person. If he couldn't find the person, he would have to leave this region. It's very likely that Sister Ling Jian'er has already left the Luhai region and headed for the vast region. Zhang Fengying said with a frown. This is all our fault. If we had treated her better back then, perhaps? A few girls said with some self-blame. This matter is not your fault. Everyone has their own personality. Ling Jian'er's personality is different from yours. Wang Xian shook his head and felt a little helpless. It was impossible to say that he did not blame himself. Looking at a girl who liked him and often cooked food for him, she dug her heart out because of his rejection. Other than feeling a little numb, he also felt a little guilty. This was especially so for a guy like Wang Xian who was a philanthropist. If he did not find Ling Jian'er, he might not feel well for the rest of his life. Dragon King. At this moment, Ao Jian led a group of more than 10 subordinates and walked in. They bowed to Wang Xian. How is it? Wang Xian asked Ao Jian and the rest. Dragon King, the heartless sword principle can indeed be cultivated. If I'm not wrong, this is the real heartless sword principle. It is completely incomparable to the superficial level on Earth. To cultivate the emotionless sword principle, one must dig out the heart and recultivate the sword heart. After cultivating the sword heart, one must begin to train the sword heart, making the sword heart have feelings and making the sword heart emotionless. Finally, one can freely withdraw and release the sword heart. That is the great success of the emotionless sword principle. However, to dig out one's own heart, one must first forget the feelings and condense the embryo of the sword heart. Otherwise, if the embryo is not condensed, digging out the heart will cause one to die instantly. It is very difficult to condense a sword heart embryo without emotions. The mortality rate is very high. Even for our golden swordfish clan, 1 out of 10 clansmen who cultivate will die. Ao Jian reported to Wang Xian. Wang Xian brought over the cultivation method of the heartless sword principle. No one dared to cultivate this thing. He passed the heartless sword principle to Ao Jian and showed it to him. What he didn't expect was that Ao Jian actually allowed people to cultivate it. Fortunately, with the soul returning wood, the dead clansmen could be resurrected. Can they cultivate it? How is the effect of their cultivation? Wang Xian immediately stood up and asked. It can greatly increase their combat strength. If they succeed, they can easily fight 2 levels above them. Ao Jian said with a solemn face, but it's very difficult to succeed. The mortality rate is extremely high. Can you Golden Swordfish tribe continue to cultivate? Wang Xian asked Ao Jian. Golden Swordfish tribe were born swordsmen. Furthermore, they didn't have much emotions. Perhaps they could really cultivate it. We can cultivate it. If we can cultivate it, in the entire Dragon Palace, perhaps only the leader of AO demons can fight us. AO Jin's face revealed a strong sense of confidence as he said proudly, "You can control the matters of cultivation. Don't suffer too many casualties." Wang Xian said to AO Jin, "Yes, Dragon King. These are AO Jin's hearts. The other 9 are the hearts of the golden swordfish that have successfully cultivated it. The hearts are the fatal weakness of the cultivators of the heartless sword principle before they have successfully cultivated it. Once the hearts are crushed, we will die. Furthermore, the process of forgetting our feelings while cultivating the heartless sword principle may affect our loyalty. Dragon King, you can suppress us by holding our hearts." As AO Jin spoke, he handed over the hearts one by one. Wang Xian looked over and nodded slowly. "Hold the hearts. Within a radius of dozens of kilometers, the Dragon King can sense our presence. If you want to find Miss Ling Jian, you just need to hold the hearts and you will be able to sense us within a radius of dozens of kilometers." AO Jian continued to report to Wang Xian. "Okay." Wang Xian nodded. "All of you can go and cultivate. It's the Dragon King." Wang Xian kept the hearts of AO Jian and the rest. He looked at Ling Jian, ER's heart, and shook his head slowly. "Xiao Xian, are you going to the vast region to look for Ling Jian? Guan Shuqing and the other girls looked at Wang Xian. "If you really go, we will support you." The few girls also knew that Wang Xian valued friendship. When Guan Shuqing's life and death were still unknown, he was so angry that he almost wiped out the entire Jianghu. Although Ling Jian could not be compared to Guan Shuqing, it was only right for him to retrieve her. Let's wait for a while. If he really goes to the vast area, I won't know how to search for him for a while. I'll make some preparations during this period of time. Wang Xian rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said, "Dragon King, the Demon Qiling clan is preparing to evolve into the Fire Phoenix Dragon Seed in the Dragon Pool. Do you want to go over and take a look?" Prime Minister Gu A, who was standing below, asked Wang Xian respectfully. "All right, I'll go and take a look." Wang Xian nodded his head and flew towards the dragon pool. Judging from the name of the Fire Phoenix Dragon Seed, one could tell that it was a top-notch dragon seed. One by one, the Demon Lin entered the dragon pool and rapidly transformed, while 2 Demon Lin were already standing beside the dragon pool. The Fire Phoenix Dragon Seed did not allow the Demon Lin to directly evolve into a phoenix. The Dragon Seed was still primarily a dragon. It was very different from the Phoenix true form of the Phoenix Luan. After the Demon Lin clan transformed into the Fire Phoenix Dragon Seed, 2 enormous wings grew out of their backs. Their entire body looked more agile and vigorous. Their bodies were covered by a group of fiery red wings, making them look extremely noble. Chapter 1463. After the Demon Lin clan transformed into the Fire Phoenix Dragon Seed, their strength once again received a powerful increase. The Fire Phoenix Dragon Seed couldn't be considered a peak dragon seed. It was only a dragon seed derived from endless wood and Phoenix Luan's blood. In terms of level, it was equivalent to the Light Thorn Dragon Seed. However, for the current Fire Phoenix Dragon Seed clan, this could already be considered a huge increase. From being able to fight against opponents 1 level higher than them to being able to kill opponents 1 level higher than them, this was a huge improvement. After the Flowing Sea region was completely controlled, the Dragon Palace's development was 7 or 8 times better than before. Everything was developing in a good direction. There were more than 16,000 members of the Dragon Palace. There were 1,500 members of the Demon War Department, 1,000 members of the Dragon Guard Department, 1,000 members of the Thunder Department, 1,500 members of the Starwood War Department, 4,000 members on mounts, 1,000 members of the Dragon Spur Department, 1,000 members of the Heavenly Eye Arrow Department, 500 members of the Dolphin Clan, 1,000 members of the Golden Swordfish of the Dragon Guard Department, 1,000 members of the Poison-Making Department of the Ba Chi Clan, over 2,000 members of the Fire Hammer Clan's Forging Department. The Special AO Crab had tens of thousands of little AO crabs in its body, along with the rest of the civil officials and members who took care of the Dragon Palace. There were a total of over 16,000 members. Although the Dragon Palace was getting stronger and stronger, Wang Xian couldn't be happy because of Ling Jian's matter. In the next few days, another shocking incident happened in the Luhai region. The Luhuang Alliance was disbanded, and all the members joined the Dragon Phoenix Empire. Apart from the ancient Blood Flow sect, the Dragon Phoenix Empire once again unified the forces in the Luhai region. There were nearly 2,000 insightful Emptiness Realm experts in the entire Dragon Phoenix Empire. After the Dragon Phoenix Empire was unified, the sect master of the Sky Sword sect gave up his position and went to the vast region alone to begin the journey to find his daughter. Time passed day by day, and the Dragon Palace also entered the proper order. The daily income of the Firehammer clan could be exchanged for resources, which could allow 2 members of the Dragon Palace to reach the insightful Void Realm. Every day, the strength of the Dragon Palace was increasing. They fought in the Dragon Palace and cultivated in the Dragon Cave. They searched for Lingjian in the Flowing Sea region without stopping. Unfortunately, after a month, there was still no news. Xiaoxian, have you decided to go to the vast region? A month later, in the Dragon Palace, a group of girls looked at him with reluctance and asked, "Yes, if I don't go now, I will go there in the future. Firstly, it's to find Lingjian. Secondly, it's to take a look at the vast region. One day, the Dragon Palace will conquer that sea region." Wang Xian looked at the group of girls and said with a smile, "Be careful then." A few girls looked at him and reminded him, "Don't worry, nothing will happen to me." Wang Xian smiled and looked at the front of the hall. In the Dragon King Hall, 200 strange demons and 200 golden swordfish were standing there. "This time, we are going to the vast area. We will occupy a place and make preparations for the future of the Dragon Palace. All of you will follow me." As Wang Xian spoke to them, his body moved and he flew out of the Dragon Palace. 200 strange demons and 200 golden swordfish immediately followed behind and flew out. Guan Shuqing and the rest followed behind to send them off. "There's no need for all of you to send us off. You can come over when things settle down over there," Wang Xian said to the group of girls. The 7 girls, including Xiaoyu, nodded their heads vigorously. "Wang Xian, be careful. There are many more experts in the vast area than in the Luhai region." At this moment, Feng Luan, who came over after hearing the news, reminded him when she saw him leading his men to leave. "Don't worry. I'll go to the vast area to explore first," Wang Xian said to Feng Luan. "All right. In 2 to 3 years at most, the Dragon and Phoenix Empire will enter the vast area." Feng Luan nodded her head heavily at him. The entire tomb of the demi-human was already under control, and many places could be opened directly. This could allow some powerhouses to speed up their cultivation speed. Moreover, with her guidance, she could quickly nurture a batch of powerhouses. In addition, she could consume resources to directly raise her level in the dragon pool. Before long, she would reach the peak of the 7th, 8th, or even the see-through realm. "Okay." Wang Xian nodded his head and waved his hand at the group. His body moved, and he flew into the distance. Behind him, other than the golden swordfish and the strange demon, there were also 2 civil officials from the Dragon Palace. The left and right hands of Prime Minister Gue were here to set up a vast area. The 200 golden swordfish had no emotions on their faces. They were like emotionless machines. All of them had cultivated the heartless sword principle. They had already condensed their sword hearts and entered the state of forgetting emotions. Among them, 190 were at the 2nd level of the Void Interpretation Realm, 5 were at the 3rd level of the Void Interpretation Realm, 4 were at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation Realm, and Aojian was at the 5th level of the Void Interpretation Realm. It was the same for Strange Demon. However, Ao Demon was at the 5th level of the Void Interpretation Realm and was able to assassinate someone at the 7th level of the Void Interpretation Realm. After Wang Xian's understanding of the vast region during this period of time, this force of theirs was considered a second-rate force in the vast region. A third-rate force was equivalent to the blood flow empire in the past. As for a first-rate force, it had to have an expert at the 8th level of the see-through realm to oversee it. As for a super force, it had to have an expert at the 9th level of the see-through realm to oversee it. There are only 3 super forces in the entire vast region: the Wuji Empire, the Solipsistic sect, and the Southern Royal Family. He Yuan belongs to the He clan. The He clan is the strongest existence among the first-rate forces below the 3 super forces. After they have stabilized their footing in the vast sea area, we will look for He Yuan. With the ability of the He clan in the vast sea area, we should be able to find Ling Jianer faster. Wang Xian thought to himself. He thought of He Yuan, who was located in the vast sea area, the genius beast tamer. The group of them flew along the sea and passed through a canyon that was only 5 kilometers wide. From the sea of the flowing sea area, they entered the northern flowing sea. After passing through the north flowing sea, they would arrive at the vast sea region. The north flowing sea was extremely vast. If they wanted to pass through the north flowing sea, they would need to fly a distance of 300,000 kilometers. This was equivalent to flying from the easternmost part of the flowing sea region to the westernmost part. 300,000 kilometers. Even with Wang Xian's speed, it would take a few days. It would take at least more than 10 days to bring along the golden swordfish and the rest. After flying to the north flowing sea, Wang Xian looked at the endless ocean in front of him. With a move of his body, he entered the sea directly. Their speed in the water was much faster than in the sky. There were all kinds of ferocious beasts at the bottom of the sea. Some of them were at the 5th or 6th level of the void interpretation realm. Along the way, as long as the ferocious beasts were not courting death, Wang Xian did not have the time to kill them. Sensing the extremely terrifying aura, Wang Xian and the rest took the initiative to take a detour. The deep sea area reached a depth of 40,000 to 50,000 meters. After traveling in the sea for more than 10 days, the sea area became shallow. Wang Xian looked at a special ship in the sky. He knew that the vast area was approaching. Chapter 1464. 1464 Revenge. Bang! In the North Current Sea, Wang Xian and 200 golden swordfish, 2 civil officials of the Dragon Palace, emerged from the bottom of the sea and floated on the surface of the sea. The 200 strange demons were hiding in the surrounding areas. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and noticed that there were humans flying past in the distant sky. They are just ahead, Wang Xian thought to himself. With a move of his body, he continued flying forward. The group of golden swordfish and the rest were like dead people with no heartbeat. They were extremely cold. If Wang Xian didn't know them, he wouldn't be able to sense their life force and strength. What's ahead? After flying for more than 10 kilometers, Wang Xian saw a huge mountain peak piercing into the ocean. The entire mountain peak was golden in color. It was like an incomparably huge, sharp sword that pierced into the sky for 2 kilometers. There were many ships docked at the front. Every ship was extremely luxurious. Other than the ships, there were also many people sitting on strange airships. The airships were floating in the sky. They were emitting a strange luster. Such airships were not found in the Luhai region. Wang Xian swept his gaze across and revealed a curious expression. Interesting. It seems that the vast area is much more interesting than the Luhai region. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the airships indifferently and flew straight to the front. Stop right there. If you want to queue up, go to the front. No one is allowed to pass through here. Just as Wang Xian was approaching the sword mountain, a cold voice was heard. Wang Xian looked over and saw 2 young men holding golden long swords shouting at them arrogantly. He took a glance and circled around the area, preparing to continue flying towards the land. I hope I can pass the examination of the Atlas Sword Sect this time and join the Atlas Sword Sect. If I fail this time, I won't have a chance in the future. Only by joining the Atlas Sword Sect will I be able to soar to the skies. This time, I will definitely be able to enter. As he passed by, the bustling voices entered Wang Xian's ears. Atlas Sword Sect? He swept his gaze around curiously and noticed that there were quite a number of experts on the ships. Among them, there were quite a number of 4th and 5th level profound void martial artists. There were at least 200 to 300 profound void martial artists on the hundreds of ships in the surroundings. It could be seen that this towering sky sword sect was not simple. I should first go to the land and understand some of the situation first, Wang Xian thought to himself as he continued to fly forward. Dragon King, there's an acquaintance there. Suddenly, Ao Jian's voice sounded. Acquaintance? Wang Xian was slightly taken aback. How could he meet an acquaintance here? He looked at the location Ao Jian was pointing at and was slightly taken aback. Ren Xingqian was Ren Xingqian. If I remember correctly, this guy was chased by someone and escaped to the Luhai region. I didn't expect him to be back now. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at Ren Xingqian, who was wiping his sword with his head. Let's go. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before he moved and flew towards the ship Ren Xingqian was on. Who are those people? Are they here to participate in the Qingtian sword sect's assessment? These 200 people don't look like they are here. They are wearing the same outfit. They might be from other forces. When Wang Xian led Ao Jian and the rest to fly over, some curious voices came from the surroundings. Some people on the airship in the sky glanced over and didn't pay much attention to them. That is? Ren Xingqian raised his head and took a look. When he saw Wang Xian and the rest flying over to him, he was slightly stunned. Sir. He quickly went up and greeted Wang Xian respectfully. Why are you here? Wang Xian looked at Ren Xingqian and asked him. Sir, I'm here for revenge. Ren Xingqian did not hide anything and said to Wang Xian. Revenge? Your enemy is from this Atlas sword sect? Wang Xian's gaze swept across the huge sword mountain and frowned slightly. No, it's the Wu clan from ancient Dharma City. Back then, our Ren family had a business dispute with them. They plotted to annihilate more than 1,000 members of our Ren family. I was the only one who escaped. Ren Xingqian shook his head and looked at a ship on the right. His eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. Wang Xian looked over. It was a blue ship that was about 1,000 meters in size. On the side of the ship, there was a huge Wu character. There were over 400 people standing on the ship. In the middle of the ship was an old man. The old man was dressed in a green robe. The huge Wu character was located on his chest. 3rd level of the void interpretation stage. Wang Xian mumbled as he looked at Ren Xingqian. Are you confident? If it wasn't for the fact that I would be attacked by the mayor's residents if I were to kill people in the city, I would have destroyed them long ago. Ren Xingqian gritted his teeth. I'm confident that I can destroy them all by myself. Are you prepared to make a move here? Wang Xian asked. Ren Xingqian nodded and looked behind him. He said coldly, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the arrival of a family to inquire about some things. Have you made a plan? Wang Xian asked Ren Xingqian. I have made a plan. This is my only chance for more than half a month. I can't let them live anymore. As long as it's not a battle on the towering Sky Sword Mountain, the towering Sky Sword sect will not interfere. Ren Xingqian nodded his head heavily. All right, you'll have to depend on yourself. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly and flew towards the ship that Ren Xingqian was flying towards. If you want to step onto the ship, each of you will get 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Wang Xian landed and a middle-aged man walked over and said coldly. The civil official of the Dragon Palace waved his arm and passed all the spirit stones to the ship owner. Ren Xingqian jumped onto the ship and stood at the side. He held the sword without saying a word and kept wiping it. The sword was the golden water heaven-raising sword that Wang Xian gifted him back then. Its name was quite related to the heaven-raising sword sect. Let's change to another weapon. This sword doesn't match your strength anymore. Wang Xian waved his arm and a 3rd-level void interpretation, sword of the golden water attribute landed gently beside Ren Xingqian. Thank you, sir. Ren Xingqian was slightly taken aback. He nodded respectfully at Wang Xian and opened the sword that Wang Xian had given him again. There was gratitude and passion in his eyes. I will use this sword to kill the enemy. Ren Xingqian smiled coldly. Wang Xian took a glance at Ren Xingqian and shifted his gaze to the side. Time passed slowly. Clang. At this moment, Wang Xian heard the sound of a sharp sword being unsheathed. He looked over. He looked at Ren Xingqian's slightly red eyes as he stared at a ship that was approaching slowly. The ship and the ship of the Wu clan were close together. The people on the two ships were laughing and chatting. It's here. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Day and night, I've been waiting for this day. Ren Xingqian held the long sword in his hand tightly as he paced in the air and slowly walked towards the two ships. Chapter 1465. 1465 could not be kept. Clan leader Wu, we are so sorry that we are late. On the North Flow Sea, in front of the towering Sky Sword sect, a ship approached the ship of the Wu clan. Dozens of middle-aged elders and young men walked out from the ship. The one who spoke was an old man. Beside the old man was a woman. The woman had delicate features and looked graceful and beautiful. Haha, it's not too late. It's not too late. Congratulations to clan leader Song. Congratulations to little Wan. She was directly taken in as a disciple by the elders of the towering Sky Sword sect. She didn't even need to take the test. On the ship of the Wu clan, an old man laughed out loud. His gaze swept over the woman beside the clan leader, and his face was full of smiles. Haha, with Wu Jiaoming's young master Wu Jiangchuan's strength, passing the towering Sky Sword sect's test would be a piece of cake. In the future, we'll be a family. Clan leader Wu, you don't have to be so polite. Clan leader Song said happily. However, after he finished speaking, clan leader Wu's face darkened. The expressions of the people of the Wu clan on the ship also didn't look good. Clan leader Song and the others were slightly stunned. They looked at the people of the Wu clan on the ship. What's wrong, clan leader Wu? Did I say something wrong? Oh right. Where is young master Wu Jiangchuan? Clan leader Song saw the unsightly expressions of clan leader Wu and the others and asked cautiously. There was an accident. Ever since Jiangchuan left the city, he hasn't returned. In addition, dozens of our Wu clan's disciples haven't returned. The Wu clan's elders said with a gloomy face. What? Young master Jiangchuan actually, in ancient Law City, who dares to be your Wu clan's enemy? This is simply... Clan head Song's face revealed an astonished expression as he exclaimed in shock. Pung pung pung. However, just as he finished speaking, one thing after another smashed onto the ship, producing a pong pong sound. This is... Young Master Wu Jiangchuan's head? Heavens, this is... Who is it? When everyone on the ship heard the sound and looked over, their eyes widened and their faces revealed furious expressions. There were more than 30 heads in total, and all of them were disciples of the Wu clan. 33 heads of the Wu clan. Ren Xingqian, Embark. A voice came from the side. Ren Xingqian. Everyone turned to look, their expressions extremely cold. Ren Xingqian? Ren Xingqian of the Ren clan? Everyone from the Song clan hurriedly turned their heads, and when they saw Ren Xingqian floating in front of the ship, holding a long sword in his hand, their expressions changed slightly. Ren Xingqian, you're actually still alive, aren't you? The woman beside clan leader Song widened her eyes and opened her mouth slightly as she stared at him in shock. Did you think that I would die in the North Flowing Sea, Song Wan? Ren Xingqian stared at the woman as he mocked her with an ice-cold expression. I thought that you were already dead. Song Wan was clearly panicking. She stared at him with sparkling eyes. Your Song clan is really interesting. You, Song Wan, are also very interesting. Our two clans have made an engagement. You are my fiancé. I didn't expect that when I set foot on this land again, I would find out that you had become the daughter-in-law of the Wu clan and married the clan that destroyed our Ren clan. Right now, I really want to know if the destruction of our Ren clan has anything to do with your Song clan. Ren Xingqian asked Song Wan and the Song clan with a cold expression. Bastard, you actually dared to kill our Wu clan's disciple. You little bastard, I didn't expect you to still be alive. At this moment, A terrifying killing intent charged towards Ren Xingqian. Several hundred people from the Wu clan stared at Ren Xingqian with faces full of killing intent. The killing intent from the Wu clan's clan leader, who was standing in the middle, seemed to be corporeal. When Ren Xingqian heard the Wu clan's clan leader shout and felt the terrifying killing intent, his expression also turned grim. He stared at everyone from the Song clan and said, "Speak. Did you participate in the matter of exterminating my Ren clan?" "Xingqian, I didn't expect you to not die. The past is already in the past. It's not good for you to live in seclusion quietly. Why did you come back? Why did you kill the disciples of the Wu clan? You shouldn't have." A middle-aged man beside the Song clan leader shook his head slowly and said to him, "Haha, I finally know the answer." Ren Xingqian laughed. His smile was filled with coldness. I see. Ren Xingqian, you should have found a remote place. You should never have come back. Do you really think that you are still that young master of the Ren clan?" Song Wan said to Ren Xingqian with an embarrassed expression. "Yes, I am no longer that young master of the Ren clan." Ren Xingqian stood there expressionlessly and stared at Song Wan coldly. "HMPH, did you see that? This is the Sky High Sword Sect's admission certificate. This is what you wanted the most in the past. Now, I've done it." Song Wan took out a token with a cold expression and snorted coldly. "What's the point of talking too much with this bastard? He actually dared to kill our Wu clan's disciple. I'll kill him." An elder said with a body full of killing intent. Before he finished speaking, he stretched out his palm and directly attacked Ren Xingqian. "Today, I'll tear you, this little bastard, into 10,000 pieces." Boom. A terrifying aura at the first level of the profound void tier was directly emitted. At a distance of 100 meters, a flash appeared in front of Ren Xingqian. "Go to hell." He growled in a low voice and wanted to grab Ren Xingqian's neck with his palm. "I am no longer the young man that you can chase and kill as you wish." Wang Xian stared at the old man expressionlessly. A terrifying sharpness shot out from his eyes. Whoosh! The sound of a sharp sword rang out. The old man's body that was charging forward instantly stiffened. Following that, a head soared into the sky and flew towards the ship of the Wu clan. What? This beast actually killed 7th Master. How is this possible? When everyone from the Wu clan and Song clan saw Ren Xingqian instantly kill a level 1 profound void martial artist, everyone's eyes widened and their faces were filled with shock. The Wu clan's 7th Master was an expert at the profound void martial stage. How old was Ren Xingqian? He was not even 40 years old this year, yet he was able to kill a level 1 profound void martial artist. This, even in a first-rate force or even in a super force, he was considered a top-notch heaven's favored son. He had only disappeared for more than 2 years. How could he be so strong? What? He was actually able to kill a rank 1 profound void martial artist. On the ship, Song Wan saw Ren Xingqian kill a rank 1 profound void martial artist with a single sword strike, and her face turned slightly pale. This was a void interpretation expert, and her current strength was only at half-step void interpretation. Even so, she thought that she was already a rare genius that was hard to come by in 10 years. However, compared to Ren Xingqian, her previous fiancé, there was actually such a huge gap. When she thought of how she had said that she had obtained the Towering Sky Sword Sex Admission Certificate, her face was filled with shame and anger. Chapter 1466. 1466. This child cannot be left behind. Kill him. Kill this beast. An angry roar sounded in front of the northern flowing sea sky high sword sect. The Wu clan's patriarch stared at Ren Xingqian with a furious expression and roared ferociously. This child must not be left behind. To be able to kill a profound void first-rank expert at such a young age, such a talented genius becoming enemies with the Wu clan was a huge, hidden danger to the Wu clan. What's going on? Why is there a sudden fight over there? It seems to be the Wu clan from the ancient magic city. Who is that young man? The Wu clan's influence isn't weak. A young man is going against the Wu clan. This is simply courting death. The Wu clan's clan leader's roar attracted the attention of everyone around. The other forces that had brought their clan disciples over looked over and revealed astonished expressions. There seems to be someone fighting at the entrance of our sky-high sword sect. Hee, let them fight. It's just a small group of people fighting and some people dying. Don't worry about it. If we guard the entrance here, we'll be able to see a fight. Not bad, not bad. At the entrance of Sky-High Sword Sect, two disciples who were guarding the entrance looked over with smiles on their faces. They looked as if they were watching a show, as if they did not care at all. Kill. On the ship of the Wu clan, 4 to 5 insightful Void Tier experts attacked Ren Xingqian without any hesitation. This child must not be allowed to escape. In the entire Wu clan, there were around 10 insightful Void Tier experts who were at level 3. 5 insightful Void Tier experts charged over, including 2 at level 2. In a city, this power would be considered a top-tier power. I really didn't expect this kid to have reached this level, to be able to kill a first-level insightful Emptiness Realm expert. In the position of the Song clan, the clan leader of the Song clan also stared at Ren Xingqian with a face full of surprise. That was only because that Wu clan expert didn't use his full strength. He was caught off guard and was killed. Now, he's dead for sure. Song Wan's expression was unsightly as she spoke from the side. No matter how peerless his magnificence is, he is still too young. The Song clan's clan leader at the side slowly nodded his head. However, very quickly, something that shocked him happened. I have returned this time to exterminate all of your Wu clan's people. Ren Xingqian looked at the 5 profound void martial experts that were attacking him, and a ghastly expression appeared on his face. The long sword in his hand trembled, and the 2 types of energy, gold and water, directly attacked the 5 people. Gold and water, that moment of brilliance. He lightly shouted. An array of gold and blue light directly swept forward. Not good. His strength is very strong. And he's not only at the first level of the insightful Emptiness Realm. An old man in the center sensed the attack of the 2 colors of gold and water, and his expression changed greatly, and he warned loudly in panic. Die. Ren Xingqian's face revealed a cold expression. The 2 elemental divine ability once again attacked. The bottom was water, and the top was gold. 2 rays of light attacked. I don't believe that a little bastard like you can be my opponent. A vicious expression appeared on the face of an old man at rank 2 profound void martial stage. The golden energy of the sharp sword directly charged forward. Hong! The sea water exploded, and the golden sword directly dissipated in the air. The golden light continued to charge out. Of the 2 attacks, the Elder's golden sword was unable to block even one. Be careful. The Elder's face was filled with shock as he hurriedly shouted out. Shit, how is this possible? Blade Ring. The Wu clan leader's expression also changed greatly as a golden blade instantly appeared in his hand, and he went to support the 5 clan members. However, even if he was the first to help, the 3 clan members of the first rank of the Profound Void Martial Stage did not have the slightest ability to resist the Golden Water's attack. The other 2 Wu clan experts of the second rank of the Profound Void Martial Stage had red faces as they resisted. If it was not for the broadsword ring that appeared in front of them, they would also be in deep trouble. Although Ren Xingqian's current strength was only at the second rank of the Profound Void Martial Stage, under the Golden Water Dual Cultivation, he could completely surpass his level to fight. Third level of the Profound Void Martial Stage, little bastard. You actually have the strength of the third level of the Profound Void Martial Stage. The Wu clan's clan leader roared with a face full of fear. Third level of the Profound Void Martial Stage. This was the third level of the Profound Void Martial Stage, and his own strength was only SOSO. Back then, the strongest member of the Ren clan was only at the third level of the Profound Void Martial Stage. Now, this remnant of the Ren clan, who was not even 40 years old, actually also possessed the strength of the third level of the Profound Void Martial Stage. Just thinking about it made him feel somewhat terrifying. Today, I will exterminate your Wu clan and take revenge for everyone in my Ren clan. Ren Xingqian roared with a face full of killing intent. Dharma idol, golden water flowing sand. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly unleashed his strongest attack and attacked the Wu clan's clan leader. Little bastard, even if you obtain a great opportunity today, I will still kill you. The Wu clan leader roared with a ferocious expression. He raised the long saber in his hand and also unleashed his Dharma idol. Boom! A violent collision caused both of them to retreat a few hundred meters. Wu clan leader, I want you to watch as your Wu clan members die one by one. Ren Xingqian gripped the long sword in his hand tightly and controlled his Dharma idol to charge forward once again. This time, his target was the Wu clan's ship. Damn it, you little bastard. You're courting death. The Wu clan's leader's expression changed drastically when he saw Ren Xingqian charging towards his clansmen. Not good, run quickly. He actually has the strength of a third-level void interpretation expert. Let's run quickly. When the more than 400 people of the Wu clan saw Ren Xingqian's target on them, their faces were filled with shock. They did not have the strength to resist the attack of a rank 3 profound void martial expert. Even the aftershocks of the battle could kill them. Hong hong. Ah. Two terrifying sounds of collision rang out. One was Ren Xingqian blocking the attack of the Wu clan leader, while the other was his attack landing on the ship of the Wu clan. The destructive attack caused the 400 people of the Wu clan to lose more than half of their forces. The entire ship slowly cracked under his attack. All the people of the Song clan were terrified when they saw this scene. This isn't real. How could he have the strength of a level 3 profound void martial artist? The Song clan leader and Song Wan fled to the ship of the Song clan in fear. They watched the battle in shock. Ren Xingqian was a level 3 profound void martial artist? This was impossible. What? That young man is actually a third-level profound void martial expert. My God, how could there be such a young expert? His talent is unparalleled in the entire Luhai region. Which faction's young man is from? Which clan is the Ren clan from? Even the heavens favored son of the vast region can't compare to him. Sounds of shock could be heard from the surrounding areas. Even the 10 or so disciples at the entrance of the towering sky sword sect widened their eyes, filled with shock. This strength, the eldest senior brother of the younger generation of their towering sky sword sect, was only at the first level of the profound void tier. Chapter 1467. 1467 The destruction of 1467, second-rate Force 1. Boom, boom, boom. While Ren Xingqian was dodging the attack of the Wu clan leader, he was killing the Wu clan members wantonly. While everyone around was watching the battle in shock, the gate of the towering sky sword sect slowly opened. 2 old men and a woman walked in the center, followed by a group of middle-aged men. When the gate of the sword sect opened and everyone walked out, the high-ranking officials and disciples of the towering sky sword sect frowned slightly. There was no respectful voice, not even the voice of the disciples guarding the gate. The 2 old men and the woman looked over with displeasure and found that more than 10 disciples were looking into the distance with shocked faces. Jianqing Jianwan, what are you doing? Behind them, a middle-aged man saw the displeasure on the 3 old men's faces and hurriedly shouted at the disciples who did not know what was going on. Elders, deacons, senior brothers. More than 10 disciples who were guarding the gate reacted and turned around to see the elders. They hurriedly bowed. What's going on? I told you to guard the gate, but you can't even guard it properly. I think you. The middle-aged man berated them sternly. The old man at the side waved his hand. The middle-aged man immediately stopped and glared at the crowd. What happened? The old man in the middle looked forward and asked curiously. Today, the towering sky sword sect opened its mountain gate to recruit disciples. The surrounding clans and aristocratic families within a radius of more than 1,000 kilometers swarmed over. When the mountain gate was opened, this scene appeared, causing them to be somewhat curious. Reporting to Elder, there are people fighting ahead. A disciple hurriedly said, "Oh, fighting? Don't bother about them. Our towering sky sword sect's disciple recruitment process has begun." That elder shook his head indifferently. "Elder, elder." That disciple hesitated for a moment before continuing. "The battle over there is between a young man and the Wu clan of ancient Magic City. Right now, besides the Wu clan's patriarch, almost all the other clansmen in ancient Magic City have been killed." "A young man?" The elder was slightly taken aback as he asked in surprise. "That's right, it's a young man. He's only in his 30s and has the strength of a third-level profound void martial artist." The disciple hurriedly nodded his head. "What?" The three elders at the very front revealed expressions of shock. Their bodies moved as they directly floated in the air, looking towards the center of the battle. The rest of the people also flew up into the sky curiously, their gazes fixed over. "I really didn't expect that young man to have killed almost all the members of the Wu clan. This young man's strength is at the second level of the profound void tier, but he has dual cultivation of both metal and water attributes. Heavens, this is simply abnormal. Monstrous, simply too monstrous. The Wu clan provoked such an enemy, and sooner or later, they will be exterminated. I heard that young man is a disciple of the Ren clan that the Wu clan exterminated a few years ago. His dual cultivation has even reached the second level of the profound void martial stage. Even in our vast sea region, he will shine brilliantly." The three elders of the towering sky sword sect had just flown into the sky when they heard the shocked voices of several experts from the surroundings. In the surroundings, even those fourth or fifth level profound void martial stage experts were staring at the scene with faces full of shock. The three elders looked over and their pupils contracted. What exquisite swordsmanship! What a powerful dual attribute usage! What monstrous talent! Three exclamations sounded from their mouths, and the eyes of the three elders flickered. "If we can recruit him into our sky-high sword sect, just recruiting him alone would be equivalent to recruiting a few thousand." The old man in the middle, Shuangyang, spoke with some fervor. "Such a monster should be nurtured by an expert." The woman next to him frowned. "Clan leader Wu is going to be defeated. The Wu clan is really going to be destroyed." At this moment, a surprised voice came from the front. Everyone looked over at the same time. At a height of 1,000 meters above the ocean, there were countless golden and blue longswords covering a radius of 1,000 meters. Countless longswords attacked the Wu clan leader in the middle. "Ah, you little bastard, no, no." In the sky, the Wu clan leader shouted in fear. 10,000 golden swords. Ren Xingqian roared, and all the longswords attacked the Wu clan leader. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Tens of thousands of long swords pierced through one body and broke into pieces. Hiss, terrifying. Although he relied on a formation during the battle just now, his strength is absolutely terrifying. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their faces revealed a look of shock and bewilderment. "Who?" Ren Xingqian slightly panted, and his gaze slowly stared at the ship of the Song clan. When his gaze landed, the faces of all the Song clan members changed drastically, and their bodies couldn't help but take a step back. Their strength was much weaker than the Wu clan's. The strongest among them was only at the second level of the profound void tier. If Ren Xingqian wanted to destroy them, it would be a piece of cake. Clang! Ren Xingqian slowly moved the long sword in his hand. He looked at the Song clan's ship and slowly flew over. "Next, it's your turn." His cold voice covered all the Song clan members, causing their faces to instantly turn extremely pale. "Xingqian, our Song clan did not participate in the matter of exterminating your clan. It was all done by the Wu clan. It has nothing to do with us." The Song clan's clan leader was no longer as high-spirited as before. He cried out involuntarily. "Then you didn't say that just now?" Ren Xingqian stared at them with killing intent. Gulp! The Song clan's clan leader swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His voice trembled as he said, just now, we said the wrong thing. I'd rather kill the wrong person than let you go. So, you have to die too." Ren Xingqian said as he shook the long sword in his hand. No, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. Song Wan shouted at Ren Xingqian with a terrified face. Eh, isn't that little girl the one you like, Elder Chi? At this moment, an old man in the sky above the towering sky sword sect looked at the woman beside him and asked, That's right. I've taken a fancy to a girl. Her talent is extremely rare among women. Elder Chi frowned slightly. Today, all of you will die. Ren Xingqian's cold voice sounded. He waved the long sword in his hand and numerous powerful sharp swords shot towards the Song clan. Buzz. Elder Chi hesitated for a moment. He waved his arm and a huge sword charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of sharp swords clashing could be heard. All of Ren Xingqian's attacks were blocked. Huh. What's going on? Who made a move? When the surrounding people saw that the huge sword had easily blocked all of Ren Xingqian's attacks, they were slightly stunned. They quickly looked behind them. That is, when everyone looked over, their pupils constricted slightly and a respectful expression appeared on their faces. This little brother, Song Wan, is already a disciple of our Atlas Sword sect. Elder Chi floated over, and the elders and deacon disciples on both sides immediately followed behind. Chapter 1468. 1468 The Destruction of 1468 Second-Rate Force 2. The three elders of the Sky High Sword Sect. The Sky High Sword Sect actually came out. That woman has already been accepted as a disciple by Elder Chi. That woman is a disciple of the Sky High Sword Sect. The Sky High Sword Sect can't possibly watch her be killed. When Elder Chi's voice sounded, everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. Elders. Elders. However, very quickly, all the surrounding aristocratic families hurriedly greeted the three elders of the towering Sky Sword Sect respectfully. The three elders of the towering Sky Sword Sect slowly nodded their heads and looked at Ren Xingqian. Elder Chi. Song Wan saw Elder Chi and the group of elders and experts of the towering Sky Sword Sect coming over. Her face revealed an excited expression as she hurriedly shouted. Elder Chi glanced at her and slowly nodded his head. His gaze continued to look at Ren Xingqian. You want to stop me from taking revenge? Ren Xingqian's expression changed slightly when he saw the group of experts flying over. He stared at them with a dark expression. This little brother is taking revenge. Naturally, we won't stop you. May I ask if little brother has joined any other factions? Elder Chi asked Ren Xingqian with a smile. What? What does the towering Sky Sword Sect mean? They want to recruit this young man. Fuck. If this young man really joins the towering Sky Sword Sect and he exterminates the Wu clan today, he will definitely be famous everywhere. When the surrounding people heard Elder Chi's words, they were shocked and stared at Ren Xingqian. I have a sect. Ren Xingqian hesitated for a moment and said expressionlessly. A sect. His words caused the three elders of the towering Sky Sword sect to frown slightly and feel a little disappointed. I wonder what kind of sect is able to nurture such an outstanding disciple. It must be one of the big forces in the vast region. An elder beside him slowly asked. It's not convenient to tell. Ren Xingqian looked at them, furrowing his brows without leaving a trace. Didn't you escape to the Flowing Sea region? Why did you join a large faction? At the side, when Song Wan heard his words, her expression fluctuated as she loudly shouted. It has nothing to do with a dying person like you. When Ren Xingqian heard her shout, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he roared. Flowing Sea region? However, Song Wan's words caused the Sky High Sword Sect and the surrounding aristocratic families to be slightly stunned. Flowing Sea region? That tiny place? It seems like the 6th level of the Profound Void tier is the strongest there. Is this little brother joining the forces in Flowing Sea region? An elder's eyes revealed a glimmer as he asked with a smile. Ren Xingqian glanced at them but didn't say anything. His silence made the three elders, who had lived for more than 1,000 years, even more certain. Little brother, a small place is not a place for a heaven's favorite like you. Staying there will only limit your advancement. Why don't you join our Atlas Sword sect? At that time, With your talent, our sect master will personally guide you. How about it? Elder Qi said to Ren Xingqian with a smile on his face. No need. I won't betray my sect. Ren Xingqian replied expressionlessly. Little brother, if you stay in the Flowing Sea region, it will be very difficult for you to reach the 6th or 7th level of the Profound Void tier in your lifetime. However, it will be different in the vast region. You can swim freely in the vast sea, fly freely in the sky, and join the Atlas Sword sect. With the guidance of a 7th level of the Profound Void tier expert, this is your stage. The patriarch of a nearby clan tried to persuade Ren Xingqian. Everyone, please don't stop me from taking revenge. Ren Xingqian did not answer the patriarch. He raised the sharp sword in his hand again and said indifferently. Seeing Ren Xingqian's determined look, the 3 elders frowned slightly. Ren Xingqian, how dare you? Elder Qi, I beg you to save our Song clan. Song Wan saw Ren Xingqian raise the sharp sword in his hand and immediately knelt down towards Elder Qi with a terrified expression on her face as she pleaded loudly. All the people and powers in the surroundings looked over with flickering eyes. Little brother, Song Wan is a disciple of our Towering Sky Sword sect. You can't kill her. You've already killed the enemy of your clan. You're not sure if the Song clan is involved. Give our Towering Sky Sword sect some face and let it go just like that. Elder Qi glanced around and said to Ren Xingqian calmly, See this? This is the benefit of joining the Towering Sky Sword sect. Son, you must join. The Song family is really lucky. A daughter of the Song family was accepted as a disciple by Elder Qi in advance, and now she has saved their entire family's life. The Towering Sky Sword sect is famous for being protective of their disciples. This is also the reason why so many people are risking their lives to join the Towering Sky Sword sect. When the surrounding aristocratic families heard Elder Qi's words, their faces were filled with smiles. The reason why the Towering Sky Sword sect was able to attract so many aristocratic families to join the sect was not only because they were relatively powerful. There was also another reason for them to be protective of their disciples. If you became a disciple of the Atlas Sword sect, you would not have to fear anyone within a 1,000-kilometer radius. Even if you made a mistake or even killed someone outside, only the Atlas Sword sect would be able to judge you. Even the local city lord would not be qualified. You would feel a sense of belonging when you entered. Although the Atlas Sword sect had many arrogant and despotic disciples, this made many people yearn for it. You want to stop me from taking revenge? When Ren Xingqian heard her words, her face was slightly embarrassed. We only made a fair judgment, Elder Qi said indifferently. Judgment? My entire clan was exterminated. Do I need you to make a judgment? Ren Xingqian's body was slightly trembling, and her face was somewhat malevolent as she asked, What's wrong? Whatever our elders say, it's the same. At this moment, a dignified-looking young man stood out from behind the 3 elders and stared coldly at Ren Xingqian. As the eldest senior brother of the young generation of the Towering Sky Sword sect, the most outstanding disciple, and a disciple that the sect had specially nurtured. When he saw the 3 elders so politely recruiting a young man who was even more monstrous than him, his expression turned ugly. If Ren Xingqian really joined the Atlas Sword sect, then his eldest senior brother's position would be lost. Fortunately, the other party did not agree. Now it seemed that he actually dared to question the elders. He had long been displeased, so he directly stood out. Our elders see that you are a talent that can be molded, so we are so polite to talk to you. Do you really think that you are a peerless expert? He continued to speak to Ren Xingqian. All right. Ren Xingqian saw the young man's mockery. He held the long sword in his hand tightly and swept his gaze across the entire Qingtian sword sect and the Song clan with a gloomy expression. What? You still want to include our Qingtian sword sect with such a strong killing intent? The young man saw Wang Xian's gloomy expression and said mockingly, Phew, I will remember what happened today. There will be plenty of time in the future. Ren Xingqian took a deep breath, put his long sword back into its scabbard, and turned around to leave. Kid, our Atlas Sword sect doesn't like threats from others. At this moment, an elder's cold voice came from behind. Chapter 1469. 1469 The Destruction of 1469, Second-Rate Force 3. Kid, our towering Sky Sword sect doesn't like threats from others. A voice came from Elder Chi's mouth. When the voice sounded, Ren Xingqian's body stiffened, and his lowered head had a ferocious expression on his face. The surrounding people were also slightly shocked, and their eyes flickered as they looked at the three elders of the towering Sky Sword sect. A trace of excitement flashed across Song Wan's and the Song clan's eyes. Elder Chi and the other two glanced at each other. It was obvious that they had already made a decision. They saw Ren Xingqian's attitude. This made them very unhappy, and killing intent grew in their hearts. They saw Ren Xingqian's strength and monstrous talent. Originally, they wanted to invite him to join the towering Sky Sword sect. If he agreed to join, they wouldn't say anything even if he destroyed the Song clan. But since he was unwilling to join the Atlas Sword sect and left with such an attitude, they definitely wouldn't let him go. This monstrous genius was able to endure for 2 years, and after his strength greatly increased, he came to destroy the Wu clan and Song clan that had killed their clan. Then, if one day his strength increased, would he take revenge on the Atlas Sword sect? This was not impossible. In order to prevent such a thing from happening, they were prepared to destroy him. Whether he was a monster or a heaven's favorite, so what? Before he grew up, he was just an ant in their eyes. Moreover, this heaven's favorite did not have a powerful backer. If he had a powerful sect, they might be a little afraid. But now? A heaven's favorite from the Flowing Sea region had joined the Flowing Sea region. To be arrogant, they could not only destroy Ren Xingqian. Even destroying the sect behind him would be a piece of cake. This was the confidence of their towering Sky Sword sect. Ren Xingqian turned around stiffly and looked at the three elders of the towering Sky Sword sect with an embarrassed expression. He took a deep breath. "Elders, are you trying to get rid of me?" he asked with an embarrassed expression. His eyes flickered as he scanned his surroundings. "Our towering Sky Sword sect doesn't like trouble, and we don't want to cause trouble in the future." Elder Chi stared at Ren Xingqian indifferently and said, "You guys are really overbearing. I want revenge, and it involves your sect's disciples. You guys don't agree. Now, I want to leave, but in the end, you still want to keep me here. How overbearing." Ren Xingqian gritted his teeth and said with an embarrassed expression, "You're the one who's arrogant. You're the one who's courting death. You actually dared to stir up trouble when the towering Sky Sword sect opened its sect to recruit disciples." Song Wan looked at Ren Xingqian and said with a gloating expression, her eyes filled with pride, "Elders, you don't have to do anything about this. Leave it to the Li family." A third-level profound void martial stage kid. Although his talent isn't bad, the Atlas Sword sect doesn't need to mobilize so many people. He doesn't have the qualifications. At this moment, a Li family patriarch walked out with a smile on his face. He looked at Ren Xingqian, his eyes filled with shock, sympathy, and coldness. If he could kill a kid and make the towering Sky Sword sect owe them a favor, it would be totally worth it. Moreover, from their conversation just now, they had completely understood that although Ren Xingqian's strength was monstrous, he had no backer behind him. If he killed him, so be it. Elder Chi, our Ming family is also willing to do it for you. 3 elders, call our Zhao family for this matter. Don't let others say that the towering Sky Sword sect is bullying a kid. Just as the Li clan's patriarch finished speaking, a few experts from the aristocratic families immediately came out. Obviously, they were all trying to curry favor with the towering Sky Sword sect. "Hee, you can do whatever you want. Our towering Sky Sword sect doesn't care about this matter." The 3 elders saw the experts from the surrounding families coming out one after another and smiled as they nodded. Since there was someone helping them, they didn't make a move to prevent others from gossiping. These guys. When the Li family's patriarch saw another 3 forces walking out, he was slightly displeased. They were a bunch of dogs. It would be great if the Lee family could lick them alone. Brat, you dare to kill people in front of the towering Sky Sword sect and sully the Holy Land. My Lee family will kill you here today. The Lee family's patriarch moved his palm, and a huge axe immediately appeared in his hand. He looked down at Wang Xian and judged him. He was a powerhouse at level 4 of the see-through realm. It was easy for him to kill a heaven's favorite who had the combat strength of level 3 of the see-through realm. Let our Ming family take his dog head. At this moment, the powerhouse of the Ming family moved. A sharp sword was aimed at Ren Xingqian. At this moment, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Everyone wanted to kill him first. Damn it! His head is mine. The Li family patriarch cursed in his heart. Then, he raised the huge axe in his hand and slashed at Ren Xingqian. Haha, I hope you can withstand one of their attacks. We're here too. The other force wasn't willing to be left behind. A rank 4 void interpretation expert attacked. This kid is finished. What a pity. A rank 2 profound void martial genius in his 30s died just like that. It's also because this guy is a bit arrogant. He doesn't have any background. When he meets the elders of the towering Sky Sword sect, he doesn't know how to be more respectful. A nearby aristocratic family that had brought their disciples here sighed and discussed softly when they saw this scene. So what if you have the strength of the 3rd level of the see-through realm? Aren't you still being killed? The heavens are going to kill you. Song Wan and the eldest senior brother of the towering Sky Sword sect watched this scene with excitement. No matter how magnificent you are, how talented you are, or how you offended a powerful force, you will still die. This is the first time I've seen such a tyrannical force. Wang Xian stood about 1,000 meters away. When he saw this scene, his eyes turned cold. Ren Xingqian was merely here for revenge. He didn't offend the Atlas Sword sect in the slightest, but he was about to be killed by the Atlas Sword sect. He's strong. He can really do whatever he wants. Perfect. I originally needed to find a place to settle down. This is it. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Ao Jian, who was at the side. Ao Jian nodded his head slowly and gave an order to his subordinates. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of a sharp sword being unsheathed could be heard. Die! Your head is mine. In the middle, the leader of the Li family shouted at Ren Xingqian with a ferocious look on his face. He swung his huge axe at Ren Xingqian. You guys are pretty fast. The other 3 experts at the 4th level of the see-through realm frowned slightly. The speed in their hands also increased. Ren Xingqian gritted his teeth, and a trace of blood spilled out. His eyes were slightly bloodshot. However, when he heard the sound of sharp swords coming from behind, his tense nerves relaxed a little. You are the ones who died. Chapter 1470. 1470 The Destruction of 1470 Second-Rate Forces 4. You're the ones who will die. In front of Ren Xingqian, the Li clan leader and the other 4 experts at the profound void tier attacked at an extreme speed. The 4 of them were like a cat catching a mouse, wanting to be the first to behead Ren Xingqian. However, just as they rushed into the air, a cold voice sounded. The voice was emotionless, like the sound of a sharp sword colliding. Who is it? The Li clan leader who was rushing forward instantly felt a terrifying sharp light rushing towards his heart, causing the expression of the body that was rushing forward to change slightly, and he hurriedly swept his surroundings. The expressions of the other 3 4th-level profound void martial experts also changed slightly, revealing a vigilant expression. Be careful. At this moment, the 3 elders of the towering Sky Sword sect, who were standing at the back and watching everything proudly, saw the 4 golden figures, and their expressions changed slightly. Around them, the 5,000 to 6,000 people gathered nearby, as well as the people from the 20 to 30 aristocratic families, were slightly shocked, their gazes fixed on them. There are 4 figures rushing over. An expert at the 5th rank of the profound void martial stage had a solemn expression as he spoke in a low voice. Who? This fellow's accomplice? The Li clan's clan leader and the other 3 clan leaders' expressions also changed slightly as they hurriedly raised their heads to look. Pooh pooh pooh. However, before the 4 of them could react, 4 golden long swords that were exactly the same arrived at their necks. The sound of sharp swords entering their heads could be heard, and in an instant, 4 heads flew up. What? When they saw the Li clan leader and the other 4 rank 4 profound void martial artists being killed in an instant, everyone had shocked expressions on their faces. 4 middle-aged men holding long swords appeared in front of everyone. They held golden long swords, and there wasn't a single trace of blood on their swords. 1 kill. The 4 of them stood in front of Ren Xingqian, without any expression on their faces, as if they were killing machines. The golden swordfish that had already cultivated the heartless sword principle had no feelings at this stage. Only when they had cultivated the heartless sword principle to the great success stage would they be able to restrain their feelings. Such powerful strength. They killed the Li family's patriarch and the other 2 in 1 move. They must be 5th-level void interpretation experts. Who are these 4 young men? The surrounding experts and disciples of the aristocratic families were shocked when they saw the Li family leader and the rest being killed instantly. They stared at them in astonishment. The Li family and the 3 people who attacked earlier had a drastic change in expression when they saw this scene. They were extremely embarrassed. Song Wan and the Song family were even more stunned. Senior. Ren Xingqian saw the 4 of them standing in front of him. Naturally, he knew that it was Wang Xian who asked them to attack. He bowed respectfully to the 4 golden swordfish of the 4th level of the see-through realm and thanked them. Who are you? When the 3 elders of the towering sky sword sect saw the 4 golden swordfish that suddenly appeared, their expressions changed slightly and revealed a serious expression. The 4 of them before them had the strength of the 5th level of the see-through realm and were on the same level as them. I just arrived at the vast region and already saw such an overbearing sect. Hee. Wang Xian walked over slowly in the air with a group of golden swordfish following behind him. The 3 elders of the Atlas Sword sect immediately looked at Wang Xian and glanced at the group of golden swordfish beside him. They frowned slightly and their eyes flashed with coldness. The rest of the people around also shifted their gaze to Wang Xian. They were filled with astonishment. What faction are you guys from? Elder Qi looked at Wang Xian and all the golden swordfish behind him and asked with a solemn face. A small faction from a small place. Wang Xian raised his head and looked at Elder Qi. He said with a smile on his face, Sir, you saved my life again. Ren Xingqian looked at Wang Xian and bowed to express his gratitude. Wang Xian shook his head lightly. A faction in the Luhai region? The 3 elders of the towering sky sword sect raised their eyebrows and looked at each other before asking coldly. There's no need to wait any longer for revenge. If anyone dares to stop you, I will kill him. Wang Xian ignored the 3 elders and spoke to Ren Xingqian calmly. Thank you, sir. Ren Xingqian nodded his head gratefully. He held the long sword in his hand tightly again and stared at the Song clan. When the 3 elders of the Atlas Sword sect saw that Wang Xian was ignoring them, they looked a little embarrassed. When they heard his words, their faces turned cold as well. The faces of everyone from the Song clan changed slightly as well. What? What does that young man mean? Why is he going against the Atlas Sword sect? A force from the Luhai region? He dares to challenge the Atlas Sword sect? Does he not know the strength of the Atlas Sword sect? When the surrounding aristocratic families heard Wang Xian's words, they were slightly stunned as they spoke in astonishment. However, while everyone was in a daze, Ren Xingqian, who was standing in the middle, started to move. He held the long sword in his hand tightly and attacked the people of the Song clan directly. Elder Qi, save us. Song Wan's expression changed drastically when she saw Ren Xingqian attacking them directly. She quickly exclaimed, Frog at the bottom of a well, are you trying to make an enemy out of our Atlas Sword sect? When Elder Qi saw Ren Xingqian attacking him directly, a murderous look appeared on his face. He questioned Wang Xian coldly. A terrifying murderous aura came charging at him directly. Wang Xian didn't even look at him. He just looked at Ren Xingqian quietly. You're courting death. An angry look appeared on the elder's face. With a wave of his hand, he slashed his hand sword at Ren Xingqian. Bang! Kill! However, the moment the sky-high sword sect elder made his move, a golden swordfish also made its move. With a wave of the long sword in his hand, the golden swordfish shattered his attack and charged towards him without any hesitation. You're courting death. A small force dares to provoke us. When the elder saw the golden swordfish charging towards him, he roared furiously. A golden long sword appeared in his hand and slashed towards the golden swordfish. Attack! Elder Chi's expression changed slightly. His face was cold, and his killing intent seemed to be corporeal. A long sword appeared in his hand. Together with the elder, they attacked the golden swordfish. Whoever tries to stop us will be killed. At the back, a golden swordfish's cold voice rang out as it faced Elder Chi. Haha, you actually dare to look down on our towering sky sword sect. Good, good. The last elder at the 5th level of the see-through realm sneered with a gloomy face. He unsheathed his sword and rushed out as well. Die. The 3 elders of the towering sky sword sect took action. The 3rd golden swordfish also took action. Whoever took action would be killed. Wang Xian stood there and watched quietly. They are really daring. This is the territory of the Atlas Sword Sect. Behind them is the land of the Atlas Sword Sect. There are more than 10,000 disciples, and all the strong ones are within the sect. When everyone around saw that the 3 golden swordfish really dared to face the 3 elders of the Atlas Sword Sect, they were all dumbfounded. Chapter 1471. 1471 was not a dragon that could cross the river. In front of the towering Sky Sword Sect, the 3 elders of the towering Sky Sword Sect attacked, and the 3 golden swordfish went up to meet them, stunning everyone. This was the territory of the towering Sky Sword Sect, and behind it was the territory of the towering Sky Sword Sect. To attack the elders of the towering Sky Sword Sect in this place, wasn't that courting death? Courting death, let me show you what real sword arts are. Elder Chi and the other 2 saw the 3 golden swordfish coming toward them, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. They didn't ask the sect for help, because the other party had only sent 3 people. As sword arts practitioners, the towering Sky Sword Sect, which had inherited sword arts, was famous in the entire vast region. They weren't afraid of anyone when facing enemies with swords. In fact, they were confident that they could defeat swordsmen of the same level. This was the confidence that came from their foundation. Clang, clang, clang. In the instant that they collided, the 3 elders held their long swords and collided with the 3 golden swordfish hundreds of times in an instant. The sound of sharp swords colliding continuously rang out. They were both metal elemental 5th level void interpretation experts, and the center of the battle was like a dazzling sun. 10,000 golden sword rays scattered in all directions. The terrifying sword chi made everyone around panic and scatter in all directions. What exquisite sword techniques! In the instant of the collision, the 3 elders of the towering Sky Sword Sect were instantly at a disadvantage, causing their expressions to change slightly. Aspect, 3 talents sword formation. Aspect, 3 talents sword formation. Aspect, 3 talents sword formation. At this moment, the 3 elders shouted in unison, and 3 dazzling metal greatswords instantly appeared in front of them. Dharma Idol, 3 talents sword formation, was a Dharma idol evolved from the inherited divine ability of the towering Sky Sword Sect. Each of the 3 greatswords was only 100 meters in size, but these 3 swords could attack together. Among the Dharma idols, one of the more exquisite Dharma idols was extremely powerful. Attack! The 3 of them shouted in unison again, and the 3 long swords attacked the 3 golden swordfish. Dharma idols, Wu Wei sword. The 3 golden swordfish didn't hesitate at all. They shook the long swords in their hands and also used their Dharma idols. A long sword that was only 10 meters long appeared in front of them. Each sword was emitting a dazzling golden light. The golden light covered an area of 1,000 meters. In the area covered by the golden light, Outsiders could not even see the long sword inside. Kill. The three golden swordfish did not show any expression on their faces. Their figures moved and directly disappeared into the golden light. Be careful. Elder Chi and the other two were slightly shocked when they saw this strange Dharma idol attack, and they reminded in a low voice. The strength of those three swordsmen is so terrifying. What sharp sword techniques! It seems that they are also from the same sword sect. When the surrounding families saw the 6 people fighting together, they were shocked. Which force is this? They are actually evenly matched with our elders. A disciple of the Towering Sky Sword sect looked at them in shock. The battle has just begun. No one is a match for our Towering Sky Sword sect in terms of swordsmanship, let alone a faction from a small place. The eldest senior brother of the Towering Sky Sword sect stared at them with a twinkle in his eyes. When his gaze swept past Wang Xian and the rest, he looked at the deacons at the side and said, "Deacons, should we seek help from the experts of the sect?" "No need. Let's wait and see. They won't dare to do anything." The few middle-aged men waved their hands and didn't put Wang Xian and the rest in their eyes at all. Even if they had 3 strong practitioners at the 5th level of the see-through void stage who were fighting against their elders. If they were to seek help now and the strong practitioners of the sect were to be mobilized, it wouldn't be embarrassing enough if the opponents were just these dead fishes and shrimps. "Ah, Elder, save us! Save us!" At this moment, a scream for help suddenly came from below. Everyone's expression changed slightly as they hurriedly looked in the direction of the Song clan below. They saw Ren Xingqian standing on the ship with a long sword in his hand. In front of him, more than 10 corpses lay on the side. Song once stared at Ren Xingqian with a terrified expression as she screamed loudly. "Ren Xingqian, if you dare to kill us, the Towering Sky Sword sect will not let you off. Stop, stop." As she spoke, she pointed at Ren Xingqian and shouted with a stern expression. Ren Xingqian stared at Song Wan without any expression on his face. "Stop, our Towering Sky Sword sect is warning you. If you dare to kill our people and go against our will, none of you will be able to leave this place today." A deacon saw Ren Xingqian slaughtering people from the Song clan. His expression changed slightly as he shouted coldly, "Stupid." When Wang Xian saw the deacon's words, a faint sneer appeared on his face. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The area covered by the golden radiance covered all 3 elders of the Atlas Sword sect. At this moment, he smiled and looked at the 3 figures that were gradually becoming clearer. Look, that is. In the surrounding area, a profound void martial artist on a ship suddenly stared at the sky in shock. He pointed at the 3 figures that had faintly appeared and shouted loudly. The 3 figures quickly descended towards the area below. Everyone raised their heads and looked towards the sky. They looked at the 3 figures who were wearing golden clothing and had a mountain peak pattern on their backs. It's Elder Chi and the others, they. All the disciples and deacons of the Towering Sky Sword sect looked over as well. Their pupils dilated and their mouths opened slightly. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of collision could be heard. The 3 corpses fell directly onto the ship of the Song clan. Song Wan, who was pointing at Ren Xingqian, froze. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Only the sound of waves could be heard. Cold sweat appeared on the faces of everyone from the Song clan. Elder Chi and the rest have been killed. They actually really dared to kill Elder Chi and the rest. Everyone was stunned. Looking at the bodies of Elder Chi and the rest, they muttered to themselves. They actually dared to kill the elders of the Atlas Sword sect at the entrance of the Atlas Sword sect. Were they going to attack the Towering Sky Sword sect? Everyone looked at Wang Xian and the 200 or so people behind him. Were these people courting death? Or, an enemy has invaded. 3 elders have been killed. An enemy has invaded. Request for reinforcements from the sect? At this moment, the disciples and deacons who were floating in the sky revealed a look of fear. The deacons who had said that everything was fine roared in fear. The roar resounded throughout the entire sea area. Eh! The terrified voice resounded throughout the entire Towering Sky Sword sect. causing all the disciples and experts to be slightly stunned. Someone has invaded. Which death-seeking bastard dares to attack our towering sky sword sect? 3 elders have been killed? Death-seeking? Cut them into 1,000 pieces. Inside the towering sky sword peak, a group of experts and disciples looked out with cold killing intent in their eyes. An ant killed a disciple of our sword sect at the gate of our sword sect. Pa! At the peak of the towering sky sword peak, 2 people wearing golden clothes and golden crowns were sitting in front of the chessboard. He glanced down through the layers of clouds and said calmly, here. The old man on the other side said calmly as he stared at the chessboard and gently placed the chess pieces down. Chapter 1472. 1472 was not a dragon but a river. Boom, boom, boom. When the deacon's terrified voice resounded through the sky-high sword sect, the entire sword sect was filled with experts flying over. All of them were dressed in golden clothes. Some were flying on swords while others were flying in the air. They held long swords in their hands and their bodies were filled with sword chi. At this moment, it was as if tens of thousands of long swords were shooting towards them. Hiss! There might be a battle coming up. Let's retreat quickly. It should be a massacre. The sect master of the towering sky sword sect is here, and there are also a group of experts. More than 10,000 elite disciples and more than 1,000 insightful Void Realm experts are all here. Other than the 2 sword masters, the entire towering sky sword sect should be mobilized. After all, this is the entrance of the towering sky sword sect. If someone dares to cause trouble at their entrance, they will naturally all be mobilized. I'm afraid that it will be a massacre. When the surrounding aristocratic families saw the dense crowd of experts and disciples flying out of the towering sky sword peak, their faces were filled with shock. As the only second-rate force within a radius of 1,000 miles, the strength of the towering sky sword sect was unquestionable. In the entire vast region, there weren't many forces that could challenge the towering sky sword sect, let alone a force that came from the flowing sea region. Who are you? How dare you kill an elder of our sect in front of the towering sky sword sect? State your name, and we will erect a tombstone for you. A sonorous and cold voice came from the mouth of an elder in the middle. 2 3-meter-long giant swords were suspended above the head of the elder. He looked at Wang Xian and the rest with murderous intent. Reporting to Sect Master, it's them. They are the ones who killed Elder Qi and the other 2. They are in cahoots. A middle-aged deacon heaved a sigh of relief when he saw everyone from the sect. He quickly pointed at the 3 golden swordfish, Wang Xian, and the rest. The 3 elders were killed, catching everyone off guard. Their elders were actually killed by a swordsman of the same level in less than 2 minutes. One had to know that their sky-high sword sect was a great sword sect with a complete heritage. There were few who could match up to a swordsman of the same level. Furthermore, they were fighting against swordsmen of the same level. However, the strength displayed by the other party shocked them. It's all of you. Shut up. Kill 3 elders of our sky-high sword sect. Kill them all. Just as Wang Xian was about to speak, the sect master of sky-high sword sect, who was standing in the middle, shouted coldly. Kill. Those who offend our towering sky sword sect will die. Kill. Behind the sect master of the towering sky sword sect, more than 1,000 insightful emptiness realm experts roared in a low voice. Behind them, more than 10,000 disciples roared with murderous intent. Those who dared to kill the elders of the towering sky sword sect would only end up dead. They didn't need to understand anything else and didn't listen to any explanations. Report your forces. Not only do we have to kill you, but your sects and dynasties will also have to pay the price. An elder at level 6 of the see-through void took a step forward and roared at Wang Xian and the rest with a grim expression. Dead people, there's no need to know too much. Wang Xian looked at the extremely powerful towering sky sword sect, and his expression turned cold. He raised his head slightly and swept his gaze across the tens of thousands of them. Kill. An order was given. Kill. Since all of you are so overbearing, let's see the truth in the slaughter. Kill. Ao Jin and the golden swordfish behind him shouted with an expressionless face. Their voice was like a sharp sword that was unsheathed. The aura on their bodies was greatly boosted as they attacked the tens of thousands of people from Towering Sky Sword Sect. There was no fear in their eyes. Their eyes were extremely cold. Kill. What? All the people of the Towering Sky Sword Sect were also stunned when they saw Ao Jin and his group of 200 charging over. They felt the icy cold aura and the cold sword ray, and their expressions changed slightly. 200 insightful Void Realm experts. An elder of the Towering Sky Sword Sect felt the aura charging over from the front, and a trace of solemnity appeared on his face. Sect Master, they are the forces of the Luhai region. The deacon beside him roared loudly. The forces of the Flowing Sea region dare to be so arrogant? Kill them all. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The sect master of the Towering Sky Sword Sect had an ugly expression on his face when he saw Ao Jin and the others charging straight at them. They dared to attack them arrogantly with only 200 people. They simply did not put the Towering Sky Sword Sect in their eyes. Kill. Kill this group of frogs at the bottom of the well. Trash from the Flowing Sea region. How dare they challenge our Sky High Sword Sect? Kill them all. The Sky High Sword Sect elders shouted with cold faces. Kill. A great battle was about to break out. My God, those 200 expressionless swordsmen are all insightful emptiness realm experts. 200. It's actually 200 insightful emptiness realm experts, but Atlas Sect has 1,000. When all the surrounding aristocratic families saw the sudden outbreak of war, their expressions changed drastically, and they quickly led their clansmen to retreat. This motherfucker, Atlas Sword Sect's sect master, was incomparably domineering. He did not even ask for a reason and directly ordered the execution. However, the other party was not to be trifled with. He directly ordered the execution. From the moment everyone from the Towering Sky Sword Sect came out to attack, less than 30 seconds had passed. Dharma Idol, Bloodless Sword, Ao Jin, and 200 others rushed toward the Towering Sky Sword Sect. They did not hesitate at all and used their Dharma Idol instantly. Out of the 200 golden swordfish, the weakest one could kill a level 3 Profound Void martial artist, while the strongest Ao Jin could kill a level 6 Profound Void martial artist. This power was definitely not weak. Not counting the rank 5 and rank 6 insightful Void martial artists, the Towering Sky Sword Sect was no match at all. Although they had 1,000 insightful Void martial artists, more than 900 of them were rank 1 and rank 2 insightful Void martial artists, while the rest were only rank 3 and above. When the dazzling golden hiltless sword instantly appeared in front of the group of golden swordfish, each sword was 1,000 meters long, but only as wide as an arm. The terrifying sharpness directly charged toward the Towering Sky Sword Sect. What? The sect master of the Towering Sky Sword Sect looked at the 200 identical Dharma images and felt the bone-piercing sword light on them. His expression finally changed drastically. Disciples of the Towering Sky Sword Sect, be careful. The opponent's strength is at least at the 3rd level of the Profound Void stage. His strength has not reached the Profound Void stage yet. Retreat. He hurriedly shouted loudly. 200 experts at least at the 3rd level of the Profound Void stage. In a battle of this level, those below the Profound Void stage could not interfere at all. The lowest level is the 3rd level of the Profound Void martial stage. Hearing the sect master's words, the expressions of all the disciples changed greatly, and even the pupils of some Profound Void martial stage experts shrunk slightly. Defend. However, at this time, there was no time for them to think. Facing those peculiar bloodless swords, the group of experts from the Towering Sky Sword Sect hurriedly roared, brandished their resplendent attacks, and directly welcomed them. However, it was too late for them to escape. The bloodless swords covered everyone in the Towering Sky Sword Sect. Aspect, Sword Edge Protection. Aspect, Sword Edge Protection. The expressions of the 10 rank 6 profound void martial artists in the towering sky sword sect turned cold as they shouted in unison. Aspect, sword edge protection. A protective aspect comprehended at rank 6 profound void martial artist. 10 Dharma idols enveloped everyone in the sword sect. With 10 guardian Dharma idols, the sect master of the towering sky sword sect was confident that he could block the attacks of 200 Dharma idols at rank 3 profound void martial stage. Pa, pa, pa. However, the moment the sword edge protection was formed, the sound of shattering was immediately heard. A black and white cross easily pierced through the moment the Dharma idol was formed. Many people didn't even see the black and white cross. Oh no, there's an expert. Lord Sword Master, save me. The sky-high sword sect master's expression changed drastically as he shouted loudly. Chapter 1473. 1473 above the heartless sword sect. Lord Sword Master, save me. When the sect master's terrified voice rang out in front of the sky-high sword sect, everyone had shocked expressions on their faces. The sect master of the sky-high sword sect actually called for help. Where are the experts? The experts and disciples of the aristocratic families who had fled 2 to 3 kilometers away saw the scene and were dumbfounded. They only looked at the sect master of the towering sky sword sect in the middle of the battlefield, their eyes flashing. There were experts. With their strength, they did not see the moment Ao Yao made his move. At the top of the towering sky sword, the movements of the 2 old men who were playing chess froze slightly. The 2 men hurriedly stood up. A dazzling golden light shot out from their eyes and looked down. Shit, the other party's power is not weak. The 2 of them looked over and did not notice Ao Yao's figure. However, they saw that the Dharma idol released by the 200 weakest 3rd-level profound void martial experts covered the disciples of the towering sky sword sect. Walala! An old man waved his arm. The chess pieces on the table were like a sharp sword. They suddenly turned into a giant sword that was 10 meters in size. The giant sword attacked downwards at a terrifying speed. It's too late. The other old man's expression was a little awkward. His figure moved, and with a flash, his figure disappeared instantly. Run, quickly run. At this moment, over 10,000 disciples of the towering sky sword sect were directly covered by the bloodless sword. That strange and sharp long sword instantly pierced through everyone. The sharp sword was like a poisonous snake, cold and full of killing intent. More than 10,000 towering sky sword sect disciples were killed or injured by this move. Damn you guys, all of you will die today. A cold voice filled with coldness came from the sky. A dazzling golden figure descended from the sky like a sharp sword. The golden figure looked at the disciples who were more than half dead and injured, and his eyes were slightly red. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, the chess piece turned into a huge sword and fell toward the ground. The 200 golden swordfish were affected by their souls, and they quickly dodged to the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. The sharp sword fell into the water and directly penetrated into the ocean, causing a wave of water spray. Hiss! At least 4,000 to 5,000 disciples of the towering sky sword sect died under the attack of 200 experts. The sword master of the towering sky sword sect has made his move. Among this group of people, I think there are also experts at the 7th level of the profound void tier. Oh my god, today is going to be a great battle. Shocked voices came from the surroundings. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sword master who was emitting golden light. Hee, you 2 arrogant fellows are here. Unfortunately, both of you are going to die. Let me test your strength, haha. When Wang Xian saw the 2 sword masters who were at level 7 of the see-through realm flying down from the front and back, a mocking look appeared on his face. Just now, he saw the 2 strong swordsmen on the sword tip. However, to his surprise, they did not come down at all. They merely took a glance and continued playing chess. Their arrogance made Wang Xian feel a little amused. He laughed out loud, and the five elements millstone appeared above his head. It expanded rapidly and went straight for the two swordmasters in the sky. "Who are you people?" The two swordmasters who had descended from the towering sky sword peak did not have the time to show off. When they saw Wang Xian coming straight for them and felt the palpitating energy from the five elements millstone, their expressions changed slightly. "Those who want to kill you." Wang Xian moved his body and stood above the five elements millstone. A strong fighting spirit appeared on his face. Ever since his breakthrough, he had not had a good fight. Today, he would use the two 7th-level insightful void martial artists to test his strength. Roar. When he finished his sentence, he let out a dragon's roar. Following that, his entire body turned into 80 meters in size. He crouched in the middle of the five elements grinding mill and stared coldly at the two swordmasters. "What kind of monster are you? What kind of enmity do you have with our towering sky sword sect?" When the two swordmasters, who were thousands of meters in the air, saw Wang Xian suddenly turn into a gigantic figure of 80 meters, their eyes revealed a solemn expression. "You talk too much nonsense." A hint of mockery appeared in Wang Xian's eyes. The towering sky sword sect thought that they were invincible and completely ignored Wang Xian. They even interrupted him when he was speaking. Now, it was the complete opposite. They really wanted to know when they had provoked such a terrifying force. However, Wang Xian ignored them. "Since you guys are so overbearing, let's continue." Roar. Dragonation in palm. Wang Xian did not hesitate at all. With a wave of his dragon claw, a dragon claw the size of 4 kilometers appeared in the sky. The entire dragon claw covered the sky and the sun. It looked extremely terrifying. 7th level of the see-through realm. "You alone want to fight against the two of us? You are courting death." One of the swordmasters had an extremely cold expression as he charged towards the sky. Huge swords that were 3,000 meters long appeared around him. "We Gemini swordmasters have roamed the vast region for 3,000 years. We are unafraid of any enemies. Today, we will definitely behead you." The other swordmaster also flew into the sky. Around him, an identical 3,000-meter-long sword appeared. There were 3 swords for each of them. There were a total of 6. Slash. The 2 of them let out a soft cry. The 6 swords attacked the dragon claw from different angles. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of collision rang out from the sky. In a short instant, the 3 of them arrived at a height of 10,000 meters. Even so, this terrifying collision caused a wave of air to rush downwards. Splash! The seawater churned like a level 10 tsunami. Oh my God! The 2 sword masters were actually blocked by that young man. Is this the terrifying power of a level 7 see-through void martial artist? The energy that blots out the sky. The towering sky sword sect has encountered a strong enemy today. Everyone below had a drastic change in expression when they saw Wang Xian charging straight up and seeing the terrifying aura coming from the sky. Due to the great grinding of the 5 elements, they did not see Wang Xian transforming into a divine dragon. What? The sect master of the towering sky sword sect had a drastic change in expression when he saw the 2 sword masters being blocked in an instant. The black and white cross earlier was not released by the young man who went up to the sword masters. Kill. At this moment, Ao Jian's order sounded. He stared at the rest of the towering sky sword sect members emotionlessly, and the sharp sword in his hand trembled. Dharma idol, Wu Wei sword. A dazzling golden light enveloped it, covering an area of 3 kilometers. A long sword was hidden within like a poisonous snake. Without any hesitation, he directly attacked the 10-rank 6 profound void martial experts of the towering sky sword sect. Behind him, another group of golden swordfish also started to move, charging towards the members of the towering sky sword sect. The battle where the guest was the main force made everyone feel as if this was their home ground. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.